Hey everyone, welcome back to Black Magic. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If the Four Founders' Portraits Discovered Harry's Starving Age 6 and Forced Time Magic to Train Him. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Boy in the Cupboard. Harry Potter curled tighter into the thin blanket, trying to ignore the gnawing pain in his stomach. 3 days without food. Uncle Vernon had been particularly angry after Harry somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. Freakish nonsense, Vernon had spat, shoving him into the cupboard. No meals until you learn normal behavior. 6-year-old Harry pressed his face against the cupboard vent, watching dust motes dance in the thin beam of evening light. His glasses, broken at the bridge and held together with tape, slid down his nose. The Dursleys had gone out for dinner and a movie, family outing, that never included him. The hunger was worse than usual. Normally Aunt Petunia would sneak him at least a piece of bread after 2 days, but she'd been especially cold lately. Harry's stomach cramped violently, and he curled into a tighter ball on his thin mattress. "Please," he whispered to no one. "Please help me." Something stirred within him, an energy he couldn't name but had felt before when frightened or angry. It buzzed beneath his skin like static electricity, building with each pained breath. "I just want to eat," Harry whimpered. "I just want someone who cares." The energy surged, snapping outward in a silent explosion. For a heartbeat, the cupboard glowed with brilliant blue light. Then darkness returned, and Harry passed out. Hundreds of miles away at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the castle stood silent in summer emptiness. In the headmaster's office, a silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk began spinning wildly, emitting a high-pitched whine before falling silent. Simultaneously, in 4 separate locations throughout the castle, ancient portrait frames trembled. In a seldom-used corridor on the 3rd floor, the portrait of Godric Gryffindor jerked awake from his painted armchair. The red-bearded warrior rose, hand automatically reaching for his sword. "What magic is this?" he muttered, feeling a disturbance ripple through the castle's foundations. On the 7th floor, opposite the Room of Requirement, Rowena Ravenclaw's portrait looked up sharply from her book. Her eyes, renowned for their piercing intelligence even in painted form, narrowed. "A magical signature," she whispered. "Impossibly powerful for its youth." In the kitchens, behind a painting of fruit, Helga Hufflepuff's normally serene face creased with concern. "A child," she breathed. "A child in terrible distress." And deep in the dungeons, where few ventured, Salazar Slytherin's portrait stirred from its usual stillness. The austere wizard's eyes opened, flashing with interest. "Curious," he hissed. "Very curious indeed." For the first time in centuries, the 4 founders of Hogwarts simultaneously left their frames, traveling through the castle's network of portraits with urgent purpose. They converged in an ancient, forgotten classroom on the 5th floor where a special portrait hung, a single massive frame containing all 4 of them together, created during the castle's founding. "You felt it too," Godric stated as the others appeared in the shared portrait. Rowena nodded. "A magical surge unlike anything I've sensed in centuries." "It's a child," Helga insisted. "A magical child in grave danger." Salazar's painted lips curled. "And what concern is that of ours? We are but memories in oil and canvas." "You know this is different," Godric challenged. "That surge connected with the castle's deepest magic, with us." "The boy is dying," Helga said softly. "I felt his hunger, his despair." "Boy?" Rowena raised an eyebrow. "You could determine that much?" Helga nodded. "I've always been attuned to suffering." "He's young, no more than 6 or 7 years." 6 years and 3 months, came a new voice. A spindly house elf had appeared in the classroom, ears drooping. "Begging your pardons, great founders, but Mimsy felt the castle's response to your awakening." "What do you know of this, elf?" Salazar demanded. Headmaster Dumbledore has instruments monitoring the Potter boy, Mimsy explained. One just activated but then stopped. Potter? Godric leaned forward. James and Lily Potter's son. The very same, great sir, Mimsy nodded. The boy who lived. The four founders exchanged glances. The child who vanquished the Dark Lord, Rowena mused. Albus placed him with family for protection. Some protection, spat Godric. The boy is starving. We must see him, Helga insisted. Mimsy, can you help us? The house elf twisted her hands. Mimsy cannot bring the boy here, headmaster's orders. But perhaps you could create a temporary viewing portal. Rowena suggested. Through the castle's magic. Mimsy brightened. Yes. Hogwarts herself might permit this, especially when asked by her creators. The elf snapped her fingers, and a shimmering window appeared in the air before the portrait. The image wavered before solidifying to show a dark, cramped cupboard and the small, unconscious form within. By the sacred flame, Godric growled. They keep him in a cupboard. Helga gasped at the boy's visible ribs, his sallow skin. He's been starved systematically. This is no short-term hunger. Salazar's eyes narrowed. Those are spell-damaged scars on his forehead. Powerful dark magic lingers. Rowena studied the scene with calculated fury. How has Albus allowed this? The boy should be here, protected, trained, not locked away like Refuse. The boy stirred in his cupboard, eyelids fluttering. We must act, Helga declared. Portrait or not, we cannot allow this. What do you propose? Salazar asked. We are bound to canvas and frame. Not entirely, Rowena countered. Remember the contingency? The other three grew very still. The timefold contingency was meant for existential threats to the school, Salazar said slowly. This boy defeated a Dark Lord as an infant, Godric argued. His welfare may well be tied to all our fates. It would require all four of us, Rowena explained. Combined with the castle's magic, we could create a space outside of normal time, where we could reach him, teach him, prepare him, Godric finished excitedly. It would be temporary, Rowena cautioned. The magic would eventually collapse. And we would need a physical anchor in his presence. Helga turned to the house elf. Mimsy, could you take something to the boy? Something small, unnoticeable. Mimsy nodded eagerly. Mimsy can do this. Wards won't stop house elves on small errands. Rowena considered. We need something that can hold our magical signatures. She turned to a dusty shelf in the classroom and pointed. There, that box contains 4 small medallions we created. Each contains a trace of our magic. Mimsy retrieved the ancient wooden box and opened it reverently. Inside lay 4 small medallions, each bearing one of the founder's symbols. Take them to the boy, Godric instructed. Place them near him while he sleeps. And Mimsy, Helga added gently, bring him food. Nothing too rich, his stomach will be fragile. Broth, perhaps, and bread. At once. The elf vanished with a soft pop. Are we truly considering this? Salazar asked, though his tone held less opposition than before. Using our one contingency on this boy. Look at him, Godric said, gesturing to the viewing portal where Harry slept fitfully. The heir of an ancient line, a magical child of extraordinary potential, left to waste away among those who hate his very nature. I can sense his magical core from here, Rowena added. It's remarkably strong, yet completely untrained. That's dangerous. He will not survive much longer in those conditions, Helga stated flatly. Not his body, and certainly not his spirit. Salazar studied the boy carefully. Perhaps there is wisdom in this. If his power is as great as it seems, better he be shaped by us than left to develop haphazardly, or worse, to die before reaching his potential. The viewing portal shimmered as Mimsy appeared in the cupboard. With gentle movements, the house elf placed a tray with warm broth and soft bread near the sleeping boy. Then she carefully positioned the 4 medallions in a square around him before disappearing again. "The anchor is set," Rowena said. "Now we must weave the timefold." The 4 founders joined hands within their portrait. Their painted forms began to glow with light, gold for Godric, blue for Rowena, yellow for Helga, and silver-green for Salazar. "Castle of our making, heed our call," they intoned together. "Blood of our blood, magic of our magic. Open the way between what is painted and what is real. Create the fold between moments where we may walk again." The classroom filled with swirling magic, colors blending and spinning as the very fabric of reality seemed to bend. The viewing portal expanded, widening until it became a doorway hanging in midair. "It's done," Rowena whispered. "The timefold is created. Now we must make contact," Helga said. "Gently. The boy has known little kindness." Harry woke to the unfamiliar smell of food. His eyes snapped open, instantly alert, a survival skill developed over years with the Dursleys. There, impossibly, sat a tray with soup and bread. More shocking than the food were the 4 small metal objects arranged around his mattress. They seemed to be glowing faintly in the dimness of the cupboard. Harry's hand trembled as he reached for the bread. Was this a trick? Had Aunt Petunia left it? That didn't explain the strange medallions. "Eat, child," came a gentle woman's voice. "Slowly now." Harry froze, his hand halfway to the bread. That voice hadn't come from outside the cupboard. It seemed to come from everywhere. "Who's there?" he whispered. "Friends," answered a different voice, deep and resonant. "Those who wish to help." Harry pressed himself against the wall of the cupboard, eyes darting frantically. "I'm not supposed to talk to strangers." A soft chuckle, feminine and warm. "A wise policy, young one, but these are special circumstances." "Look at the medallions, boy," instructed a 4th voice, cool and precise. "See how they glow. Pick one up." Harry hesitated, then reached for the nearest medallion, a small bronze circle with an eagle design. The moment his fingers touched it, the air before him shimmered. He gasped as a translucent image appeared, a tall woman with long dark hair and piercing eyes, wearing flowing blue robes. "Hello, Harry Potter," she said. "I am Rowena Ravenclaw." Harry's mouth fell open. The name meant nothing to him, but a talking ghost woman appearing in his cupboard was beyond anything he'd experienced. "You're a ghost?" he managed. "Not precisely," Rowena replied. "Touch another medallion." Stunned, Harry picked up a gold medallion bearing a lion. Another figure appeared, a broad-shouldered man with a red beard and bright eyes. "Godric Gryffindor, at your service," the man announced with a slight bow. "Don't be frightened, lad." Harry wasn't sure if he was dreaming or if the hunger had finally driven him mad. Nevertheless, he reached for the yellow medallion with a badger. A plump, kind-faced woman appeared, her eyes crinkling as she smiled. "Helga Hufflepuff, dear one," she said warmly. "Please eat while we talk. You need your strength." The final medallion, silver with a serpent design, revealed a tall, austere man with calculating eyes. "Salazar Slytherin," he stated simply, assessing Harry with an inscrutable expression. Harry looked between the 4 transparent figures crowded into his tiny cupboard, then at the food still waiting on the tray. "Am I going crazy?" he whispered. Helga smiled gently. "No, child. You're magical, just as we were when we lived." "Magical?" Harry repeated. "There's no such thing as, how do you explain our presence?" Salazar interrupted. "Or how you ended up on your school roof. Magic is very real, and you possess it in abundance." Harry's eyes widened. "How did you know about the roof?" "We felt your magical outburst," Rowena explained. "It was powerful enough to reach us at Hogwarts." Hogwarts. A school for magical children, Godric said. We founded it over 1,000 years ago. Harry's head spun. But if you lived that long ago, how? We exist as enchanted portraits at Hogwarts, Rowena explained. Normally, we cannot leave the castle or interact with the physical world. But your magic, combined with certain circumstances, has made this connection possible. Harry tentatively picked up the spoon and took a sip of broth. The warm liquid was the most wonderful thing he'd ever tasted. He took another spoonful, then asked, "Why me?" The four exchanged glances. "You are a very important young wizard, Harry," Helga said gently. "And we've discovered you're not being properly cared for." "That's putting it mildly," Godric growled. "Starved and locked in a cupboard." "If I were corporeal, peace, Godric," Rowena interrupted. "We're here to help, not seek vengeance." "Though vengeance would be justified," Salazar murmured. Harry finished the broth and nibbled cautiously at the bread. "My aunt and uncle say I'm a freak." "Is that because of magic?" Helga's expression darkened. "You are not a freak, Harry. You're a wizard, as was your father, and your mother a witch." "My parents?" Harry's head snapped up. "They had magic too." "Indeed they did," Godric affirmed. "James and Lily Potter were exceptional magical practitioners. But they died in a car crash. Because my dad was drunk, what?" Godric roared, making Harry flinch back. "Forgive him," Helga soothed, shooting Godric a warning look. "But no, Harry, that's not true. Your parents were murdered protecting you from a very evil wizard." Harry stared, bread forgotten in his hand. "Murdered? By another wizard?" "A dark wizard who called himself Voldemort," Rowena explained. "He tried to kill you too, but somehow, you survived, the only person ever to survive his killing curse. That's how you got that scar." Harry's hand went to his forehead, tracing the lightning bolt shape. "This is from a curse? Not the crash." "You've been lied to," Salazar stated flatly. "Systematically and deliberately." Harry looked down, processing this information. Then a horrible thought struck him. "If I'm so important, why am I here? Why does nobody want me?" The cupboard fell silent. Finally, Helga spoke, her voice gentle but firm. "Someone made a grave mistake in placing you here, child. But we've found you now, and we're going to help." "How?" Harry asked, vulnerability and hope warring in his voice. "We're going to teach you," Rowena said. "About magic, about your heritage, about everything you should have known from the beginning." "But how? You're just pictures, sort of. And I'm locked in here most of the time." Godric grinned. "That's where it gets interesting, lad. We've created what we call a timefold. It's a special magic that can bend time and space." Harry looked bewildered, and Rowena stepped in. "Think of it as a special room that exists between moments of normal time. While you're there with us, very little time will pass out here." "You mean, I could go somewhere else? Learn magic? And the Dursleys wouldn't even know I was gone?" "Precisely," Salazar nodded, looking faintly impressed at how quickly Harry grasped the concept. Harry's eyes gleamed with hope, then dimmed. "But Uncle Vernon locked the cupboard. I can't get out." Helga smiled. "That's not a problem. Hold all 4 medallions together in your hands and say, 'Founders 4, open the door.'" "That's a bit simplistic," Salazar muttered. "Which makes it perfect for a 6-year-old, Helga retorted. Harry gathered the medallions in his small hands. They felt warm, almost alive. "Founders 4, open the door," he whispered. The air in the cupboard shimmered and split, revealing a glowing doorway where the back wall had been. Beyond it, Harry could see a large, circular stone room lit by warm firelight. "Whoa," he breathed. "Come, Harry," Helga encouraged. "Step through. You can return to exactly this moment whenever you need to. Harry hesitated only briefly before crawling toward the magical doorway. As he neared the threshold, he looked back at his cupboard, at the spider-infested ceiling, the threadbare mattress, the broken toys Dudley had discarded. Will I really be able to come back to this exact moment? They won't know I was gone. They won't detect your absence, Rowena confirmed. The timefold exists parallel to normal time. Taking a deep breath, Harry Potter crawled through the glowing doorway, and stood up in a magnificent round chamber with a domed ceiling painted with stars. The 4 figures who had appeared in his cupboard stood before him, but they were no longer transparent. They looked solid, real. "Welcome, Harry Potter," said Godric Gryffindor, his voice booming in the chamber, "to the Founder's Sanctuary." Harry gaped at the enormous room. Stone walls lined with bookshelves rose to meet a ceiling that somehow showed a night sky full of stars. 4 massive fireplaces burned at compass points around the circular chamber, each bearing a different colored flame, red, blue, yellow, and green. Between them stood tables covered with strange instruments, comfortable-looking chairs and sofas, and what appeared to be training dummies. It's... Harry couldn't find words. "It's a lot to take in," Helga said kindly, approaching him. Now fully corporeal, she was a plump, pleasant-looking woman in yellow robes, with warm brown eyes and hair plaited in a crown around her head. "Are you hungry for more substantial food now?" As if on cue, Harry's stomach growled loudly. He blushed. "I'll take that as a yes," Helga chuckled. She waved a hand, and a table laden with food appeared. "Nothing too rich at first, your body needs to adjust." Harry stared at the simple but appetizing meal, a small roast chicken, vegetables, mashed potatoes. "How did you do that?" "Magic, of course," said Godric with a wink. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a magnificent red beard and hair tied back in a warrior's knot. A sword hung at his hip, and his crimson robes were trimmed with gold. "But specifically, creation magic within this realm," added Rowena. In person, she was tall and elegant, with sharp features and intelligent blue eyes. Her robes were midnight blue, embroidered with stars that seemed to twinkle. "The timefold allows us to reshape reality within its boundaries." "Within limits," cautioned Salazar. He was lean and intense, with silvery green robes and calculating eyes. "Nothing we create here can leave this space." Harry approached the table cautiously. "May I really eat this?" "Of course, child," Helga encouraged. "It's for you." Harry sat and tentatively began to eat. He'd never been allowed to take as much as he wanted before. After a few bites, he looked up at the 4 legendary figures watching him. "Why are you doing this for me?" he asked bluntly. The founders exchanged glances. "Because you needed help," Helga said simply. "Because you have enormous potential," added Rowena. "Because it's our duty to train young wizards," stated Godric. Salazar tilted his head slightly. "Because the alternative was unacceptable." Harry considered these answers as he ate. "So, what happens now?" "Now," said Rowena, "we assess your current state and begin planning your education." "First, though, we address your physical condition," Helga insisted. "You're severely malnourished." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "The Dursleys don't feed me much." "Criminal," muttered Godric. "Can you stand on that circular platform?" Rowena pointed to a raised disc in the center of the room. "It will help us evaluate your health." Harry obeyed, stepping onto the stone platform. It immediately glowed with soft blue light. Rowena waved her hand in a complex pattern, and glowing symbols appeared in the air around Harry. The 4 founders studied them with increasingly grim expressions. Multiple improperly healed bone fractures, Rowena noted clinically. Significant vitamin deficiencies, added Helga. Stunted growth from chronic malnutrition, Salazar observed. "And that scar?" Godric frowned. "There's dark magic lingering there." Harry shifted nervously. "Is something wrong with me?" Nothing that can't be fixed, dear one, Helga assured him. Step down now. As Harry left the platform, Godric knelt to meet his eyes. Harry, how long have the Dursleys been treating you this way? Harry shrugged. Always, I guess. As long as I can remember. And has anyone ever tried to help? Teachers? Neighbors? Mrs. Fig watches me sometimes, but she's just a crazy cat lady, Harry said. I told a teacher once that I was hungry all the time, but then Aunt Petunia told her I was a compulsive liar. I got in big trouble at home. Fig, Salazar repeated thoughtfully. Arabella Fig? A squib? A what? Someone born to magical parents but without magic themselves, Rowena explained. If it's the same person, she might be watching you on Dumbledore's orders. Who's Dumbledore? Harry asked. The current headmaster of Hogwarts, Godric answered. And the one who placed you with these muggles, apparently. Muggles? Non-magical people, Helga clarified. Your aunt and uncle are muggles, though your aunt is related to your witch mother. Harry's head spun with all the new information. Will I ever understand all of this? Rowena smiled. That's why we're here, Harry. To teach you everything you need to know. But first, Helga insisted, we need to address your health. Godric, the restorative potions, please. Godric went to a cabinet and returned with several vials of colored liquids. These will help heal the damage from years of malnutrition, Helga explained. They won't taste pleasant, I'm afraid. Harry accepted the first vial cautiously. What will it do? This one will strengthen your bones, Helga explained. The next will boost your immune system, and the third will help your growth catch up to where it should be. Harry drank the potions one by one, grimacing at their varying flavors, from bitter to sour to something like moldy socks. Well done, praised Godric. Many grown wizards complain more about healing potions. Harry managed a small smile at the praise. Will I need to take more? A regimen for several weeks, Helga nodded. But you'll start feeling better very quickly. Now, Salazar said, we should explain exactly what this timefold is and how it works. Rowena gestured to the comfortable chairs near one fireplace. Let's sit. This may take some time to understand. Once they were seated, Rowena conjured a three-dimensional model of swirling lights in the air between them. This represents normal time, she explained, pointing to a straight line of golden light. And this, a blue bubble appeared alongside the golden stream, is our timefold. The fold exists parallel to your normal timeline, Salazar continued. While you're here, time in your normal world nearly stops. Nearly? Harry questioned, picking up on the qualifier. Impressive catch, Salazar nodded approvingly. Yes, nearly. Some time still passes outside, approximately 1 hour for every month you spend here. Harry's eyes widened. So I could stay here for months and learn magic, and only be gone from my cupboard for a few hours? Precisely, Godric confirmed. Though we must be careful not to keep you too long in a single session. Your relatives might check on you eventually. They never check on me when I'm being punished, Harry said matter-of-factly. Sometimes I'm in there for days. The four founders exchanged dark looks. Nevertheless, Rowena said, we should establish a pattern. Perhaps 4 to 6 months here for every 6 hours there. Harry tried to work out the math. So. I could spend years in here while only days pass out there. Yes, Helga nodded. Which gives us time to properly educate and strengthen you. Can I stay forever? Harry asked hopefully. Salazar shook his head. Unfortunately, no. The timefold is temporary. Eventually, the magic sustaining it will collapse. How long do we have? Harry asked. It's difficult to calculate precisely, Rowena admitted. Perhaps 3 to 4 years of full time. Which we will use to prepare you for your return to the wizarding world, Godric added. Harry frowned. Return? When? When you turn 11, you'll receive a letter inviting you to Hogwarts, Helga explained. All magical children in Britain do. But that's 5 years away in real time, Harry said. Which gives us plenty of time to prepare you, Godric grinned. By the time you officially enter Hogwarts, you'll be ready. Harry considered this. So I'll learn magic here with you, but then have to go back to the Dursleys and pretend I don't know anything until I'm 11? Essentially, yes, Rowena confirmed. Though we'll teach you ways to use magic subtly, without detection. Won't I get in trouble? For doing magic outside of school? Clever lad, Salazar noted. There are indeed restrictions on underage magic. However, the Ministry can only detect wand usage, not wandless magic. Which is one of the first things we'll teach you, Godric added. Harry's mind raced with possibilities. So I could use magic to get food when they don't feed me? And more, Helga nodded. Though you must be extremely cautious. We'll also teach you occlumency, Salazar stated. At Harry's questioning look, Rowena explained, the art of protecting your mind from intrusion. There are those in the wizarding world who can read thoughts. You'll need protection, especially given how much you'll know before your time. Harry nodded slowly, trying to absorb everything. When do we start? Godric laughed. Eager. I like that. We start immediately, of course. Though perhaps not this very minute, Helga cautioned. The boy needs rest and recovery. Indeed, Rowena agreed. Harry, would you like to see where you'll be staying when you're here with us? Harry nodded eagerly. Rowena led him to a door he hadn't noticed before. It opened onto a comfortable bedroom with a four-poster bed draped in deep blue. A window, which couldn't possibly be real, Harry realized, showed a view of mountains and a lake. This will be your room, she said. The bathroom is through that door. Everything adjusts to your preference, just state what you'd like. Really? Harry asked, amazed. I'd like the blankets to be red instead of blue. Instantly, the bedding changed to a deep crimson. Gryffindor colors, Godric approved from the doorway. Excellent choice. Though you shouldn't presume his house affiliation, Rowena chided. He has qualities that would suit any of our houses. Houses? Harry questioned. At Hogwarts, students are sorted into 4 houses, each founded by one of us, Helga explained. Based on their character traits and values. Gryffindor for the brave, Godric stated proudly. Ravenclaw for the wise and creative, Rowena added. Hufflepuff for the loyal and hard-working, Helga smiled. And Slytherin for the ambitious and cunning, finished Salazar. Harry looked between them. Which one am I? That's for the Sorting Hat to decide when you reach Hogwarts, Rowena said. Though having been taught by all 4 of us may make it interesting. For now, Helga said gently, you should rest. Your body is healing, and you've had many shocks today. Harry wanted to protest, eager to learn more, but a massive yawn betrayed him. The potions and the full meal were making him drowsy. We have time, Harry, Godric assured him. More time than you can imagine right now. Will you be here when I wake up? Harry asked, suddenly afraid this might all be a wonderful dream. We'll be right outside, Helga promised. This is real, child. Rest now. Harry climbed onto the massive bed, the most comfortable thing he'd ever felt, and was asleep almost instantly. The 4 founders watched him for a moment before quietly leaving the room. We've taken an enormous risk, Salazar said once they were back in the main chamber. A necessary one, Godric countered. You saw his condition. I don't dispute the necessity, Salazar replied. Merely acknowledging the magnitude of our action. We've interfered with time itself. There will be consequences, Rowena agreed. The universe balances such things. Let us focus on what we can control, Helga suggested. The boy needs structure, education, and above all, nurturing. We should divide his training according to our specialties, Godric said. I'll handle combat magic, physical training, and flying. I'll take care of his general magical education, theory, and academic subjects, Rowena offered. Healing, herbology, and emotional well-being will be my domain, Helga said firmly. They looked at Salazar, who seemed deep in thought. Slytherin? Godric prompted. I will teach him survival, Salazar decided. Politics, strategy, subtle magic. How to navigate a world that may be hostile to his power. And occlumency, Rowena added. You're the most skilled among us. Salazar nodded. The boy has significant latent power. That scar concerns me greatly, it contains a foreign magical signature. I noticed that too, Helga said. Almost like a parasite. We'll address it, Godric declared. But not immediately. Let him stabilize first. Agreed, Rowena nodded. We have much to do before he wakes. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the window. For a moment, he was disoriented, the soft bed, the spacious room, the absence of spiders, until memory rushed back. The Founders. Magic. The timefold. It hadn't been a dream. He sat up, noticing fresh clothes at the foot of his bed, simple but well-made trousers, a shirt, and a robe, all sized perfectly for him. His broken glasses were gone, replaced by a new pair on the bedside table. After showering, a luxury he'd rarely experienced at the Dursleys, and dressing, Harry ventured out of the bedroom. The main chamber was transformed. What had been a mostly empty circular room now contained distinct areas, a training section with practice dummies and targets, a potions laboratory, a meditation corner with cushions, and a dining area where breakfast waited. The four founders were already present, engaged in what appeared to be serious discussion. They fell silent when Harry appeared. Good morning, Harry, Helga greeted warmly. Did you sleep well? Harry nodded, approaching cautiously. Is that breakfast, for me? Of course, Helga smiled. Eat your fill. The healing potions work better with proper nutrition. Harry sat and began eating the simple but delicious meal of eggs, toast, and fruit. What happens now? He asked between bites. Now we begin your education, Rowena said. But first, there's something we need to discuss. Harry tensed, suddenly afraid they'd changed their minds about helping him. Nothing bad, Godric assured him, noting his expression. We simply need to explain some things about your history, and what happened to your parents. Harry set down his fork, giving them his full attention. You know now that your parents were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort, Rowena began. What you don't know is why he targeted them. There was a prophecy, Salazar explained. Suggesting a child born as July ended would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Me? Harry's eyes widened. But you were never just anything, Harry, Godric interrupted gently. Your parents went into hiding to protect you, but they were betrayed by someone they trusted. On Halloween night in 1981, Voldemort found your family, Helga continued softly. He killed your father first, then your mother. But when he tried to kill you, something extraordinary happened. The killing curse, a spell that no one had ever survived, rebounded, Rowena explained. It struck Voldemort instead, destroying his body. I killed him. Harry whispered, horrified. No, Salazar said firmly. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protection. Voldemort destroyed himself with his own hatred. And he's dead now? Harry asked hesitantly. The founders exchanged glances. We believe. Not entirely, Rowena said carefully. There are signs that he took steps to prevent true death. That scar on your forehead, Salazar added, contains dark magic we've never encountered before. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. There's dark magic in my scar. Can you remove it? We're researching that very question, Helga assured him. But it's complex magic. We need to understand it fully before attempting anything. In the meantime, Godric said, clearly trying to lighten the mood, we have much to teach you. Shall we begin? Harry nodded, though his mind still reeled from the revelations about his parents and his scar. Yes. I want to learn everything. Excellent, Rowena smiled. We've divided your education among us according to our specialties. Today, we'll start with the fundamentals, Helga explained. Understanding your magical core and how to access it deliberately rather than accidentally. I'll be teaching you first, Rowena said. Come to the center of the room. Harry followed her to the circular platform where they had examined his health the previous day. Magic begins with intent and visualization, Rowena explained. Close your eyes and try to feel the energy within you, the same energy that helped you reach the school roof when you were frightened. Harry closed his eyes, trying to recall that strange buzzing feeling. Imagine it as a warm light in your center, Rowena guided. Some see it as a flame, others as a glowing orb. Harry concentrated, searching for that elusive feeling. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, just as he was about to give up, he felt it, a tingling warmth in his chest, like embers waiting to be stoked. I feel something, he whispered, eyes still closed. Good, Rowena encouraged. Now, very gently, try to direct that feeling toward your hands. Harry focused, imagining the warmth flowing down his arms to his fingertips. To his amazement, his hands began to tingle intensely. Open your eyes, Harry, Rowena instructed softly. Harry looked down to see his palms glowing with a soft golden light. I'm doing magic, he gasped. Indeed you are, Rowena smiled. And without a wand, which is quite advanced. Most magical children need years of practice to achieve conscious wandless magic, Godric added, watching with approval. You have a natural affinity. The glow faded as Harry's concentration broke with the praise. Can I try again? Of course, Rowena nodded. But this time, let's try something more directed. Hold out your hand toward that feather on the table. Harry saw a white feather on a nearby surface. He extended his hand, found the warm feeling again, and directed it toward the feather, imagining it rising. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the feather twitched, rose an inch, and fell back down. Excellent first attempt. Rowena praised. The spell is called Wingardium Leviosa when cast with a wand, but you've just performed the essence of it wandlessly. Harry beamed with pride. Can I keep practicing? Absolutely, Godric grinned. But pace yourself. Magic uses energy, just like physical exertion. For the next hour, Harry practiced lifting the feather, managing to raise it higher and with more control each time. By the end of the session, he could levitate it steadily at eye level for nearly 30 seconds. I think that's enough for now, Helga said, noticing Harry's pallor. Magical exhaustion can be dangerous for beginners. But I feel fine, Harry protested, though in truth he felt slightly dizzy. That's the enthusiasm talking, Salazar commented dryly. Learn to recognize your limits, boy. It's an important lesson. Have some lunch, Helga suggested, gesturing to the table where food had appeared. Then we'll continue with something less magically taxing. Over lunch, Rowena explained more about magical theory, how spells were categorized, the relationship between incantations, wand movements, and intent. Will I get a wand? Harry asked. Eventually, Godric nodded. When you officially enter the wizarding world at 11. But learning wandless magic first is actually advantageous, though unorthodox. It forces you to develop your magical core directly, Salazar explained. Most wizards become dependent on their wands as foci and never develop significant wandless abilities. Then why use wands at all? Harry wondered. Precision and power, Rowena answered. A wand allows for more complex spellcasting with less personal magical expenditure. Think of wandless magic as running without shoes, Helga suggested. It builds strength and toughness, but for a marathon, shoes would help tremendously. After lunch, Salazar took over. Now we begin your occlumency training. That's the mind protection, right? Harry confirmed. Indeed, Salazar nodded approvingly. It's normally considered too advanced for children, but our unique circumstances make it essential. He led Harry to the meditation area with its comfortable cushions. Sit. Cross-legged is traditional, but whatever position you can maintain comfortably will do. Harry sat, watching Salazar expectantly. Occlumency begins with awareness of one's own thoughts, Salazar explained. Close your eyes and observe your mind without trying to control it. Harry closed his eyes, but immediately found his thoughts racing, about magic, his parents, the Dursleys, what he'd eaten for lunch. I can't stop thinking, he admitted after a minute. You're not meant to stop thinking, Salazar corrected. Merely observe your thoughts passing, like watching clouds drift across the sky. Don't chase them or push them away. Harry tried again, this time attempting to detach himself from the cascade of thoughts. It was difficult, each thought wanted to drag him into a spiral of associated ideas. This is hard, he mumbled after several more attempts. Of course it is, Salazar stated matter-of-factly. If it were easy, every wizard would master it. But you have advantages, youth makes your mind more adaptable, and necessity is a powerful motivator. They practiced for another hour. By the end, Harry could maintain a state of mental observation for nearly a minute before getting caught up in his thoughts again. Good progress for a first session, Salazar acknowledged. We'll practice daily. Next came physical training with Godric. To Harry's surprise, this involved no magic at all, just basic exercises to improve his strength and stamina. A strong body supports strong magic, Godric explained as he guided Harry through simple movements. Your physical condition affects your magical endurance. By late afternoon, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. He'd learned more in one day than in months at school with the Dursleys. That's enough for today, Helga declared, noticing Harry's fatigue. One final healing potion, then dinner and rest. Over dinner, Harry asked the question that had been bothering him. What about the Dursleys? If I spend months here but only hours pass there, won't I age? Won't they notice? Another excellent question, Rowena approved. The timefold affects physical aging differently than time passage. You'll age mentally, gaining knowledge and experience, but your physical body will age at only about twice the rate of normal time passage. So if I spend a year here, I'd only age about 12 hours physically. Harry calculated. More like a week or two, Rowena corrected. Enough to notice improved health from proper nutrition and healing, but not enough to raise suspicions. We'll also teach you glamour charms, Salazar added. Simple illusions to hide any noticeable changes. Harry nodded, relieved. Then another thought struck him. What about my clothes? The Dursleys only give me Dudley's old things. We can create clothing here that you can take back, Helga assured him. Though you might need to hide better clothes from your relatives. I can do that, Harry said confidently. There's a loose floorboard in my cupboard. After dinner, Harry retreated to his room, too tired even to explore the books on the shelves. As he drifted off to sleep in the comfortable bed, one thought remained. For the first time in his memory, he felt safe. The days in the timefold quickly established a rhythm. Mornings began with physical training with Godric, followed by magical theory with Rowena. After lunch, Salazar taught occlumency and strategic thinking, while Helga covered healing, herbology, and emotional well-being. 2 weeks into his training, during a session with Helga, Harry finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Why did Dumbledore leave me with the Dursleys if they hate magic so much? Helga sighed, setting aside the healing potion they'd been brewing. That's a complicated question, Harry. The official reason would be blood protection. Blood protection? Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protective magic, she explained. Living with her blood relative, your aunt, theoretically maintains that protection. But they're horrible to me, Harry said bluntly. How is that protection? It's protection from external threats only, Rowena added, joining the conversation. Not from the threats within the household itself. Which is a critical oversight, Godric interjected, his voice tight with controlled anger. Physical safety means little when one's spirit is being crushed. Harry considered this. So Dumbledore doesn't know how they treat me. The founders exchanged looks. He should know, Salazar stated coldly. There are monitoring charms that could easily track your welfare. Either they're not in place, or their warnings are being ignored. But why would he ignore them? Harry asked, genuinely confused. There are several possibilities, Rowena said carefully. Perhaps he believes the blood protection outweighs all other concerns. Perhaps he wants you raised away from fame and adulation. Or perhaps he has plans that require you to be malleable, Salazar finished. Grateful for any rescue from your circumstances. Harry's eyes widened. You think he left me there on purpose? To make me easier to control? We don't know, Helga said quickly, giving Salazar a warning look. We shouldn't ascribe malice without evidence. But neither should we assume benevolence in the face of neglect, Salazar countered. The boy deserves honesty. The truth, Harry, Godric said firmly, is that we don't know Dumbledore's full motivations. He's a complicated man, brilliant, powerful, and generally well-intentioned, but also accustomed to manipulating events from behind the scenes. What we do know, Rowena added, is that your placement with the Dursleys has been harmful, regardless of intent. Harry absorbed this, his expression thoughtful beyond his years. So when I go to Hogwarts, I should be careful around Dumbledore. Cautious, Helga corrected gently. Not fearful or hostile. Observe before judging. And maintain your occlumency shields, Salazar added. Dumbledore is a skilled legilimens, a mind reader. Harry nodded, then asked the question that had been forming since their first day, what about Voldemort? You said he's not completely dead. Will he come back? Again, the founders exchanged glances. We believe he will attempt to return, Rowena confirmed. Which is why your training is so important. Will he come after me again? Almost certainly, Godric said grimly. The prophecy that marked you as his downfall still exists. And his pride would demand vengeance. Harry took a deep breath. Then I need to be ready. That's why we're here, Helga assured him. But remember, Harry, you're still a child. It shouldn't be solely your responsibility to face such a threat. Yet history suggests it may fall to him nonetheless, Salazar murmured. Then we prepare him as best we can, Godric declared. Starting with more advanced defensive magic tomorrow. Harry nodded, determination replacing fear in his young face. I'm ready. 2 months passed in the timefold, equivalent to about 2 hours in the outside world. Harry's physical condition improved dramatically with proper nutrition, healing potions, and regular exercise. His magical training progressed even more impressively. Your wandless abilities are extraordinary, Rowena commented as Harry levitated multiple objects simultaneously. Most adult wizards struggle with a single object. It just feels natural, Harry explained, carefully setting down the books, feather, and cup he'd been controlling. Like the magic wants to help me. That's an insightful observation, Salazar noted. Magic does have a certain sentience, it responds to will and need, not just technique. Harry's occlumency was also developing well. He could now maintain his mental shields for nearly an hour before fatigue set in. Try to repel me this time, Salazar instructed during one session. I'll probe gently, but you must push back. Harry nodded, centering himself. He felt Salazar's presence at the edge of his consciousness, not invasive, but definitely there. Gathering his will, he imagined his mind as a fortress and pushed against the intrusion. Salazar's eyebrows rose in surprise as he was rebuffed. Impressive. Most adult wizards require months to achieve that level of defense. Harry beamed at the rare praise from the usually austere founder. Physical training with Godric had transformed Harry from a scrawny, malnourished boy to a lean, agile child with surprising stamina. They had progressed from basic exercises to fundamental martial arts. Wizards neglect physical combat, Godric explained as he demonstrated a defensive stance. They assume magic solves everything. That assumption can be exploited. Perhaps most significant was Harry's emotional development under Helga's guidance. She had carefully helped him process the abuse from the Dursleys, the truth about his parents, and the burden of being the boy who lived. "It wasn't your fault," Helga emphasized during one emotional session. "None of it, not your parents' deaths, not the Dursleys' cruelty, not the expectations of the wizarding world. But I have to deal with it all anyway," Harry pointed out, wiping away tears. "Yes," Helga acknowledged. "But not alone. Never alone again." By the end of the third month, Harry had mastered a basic repertoire of wandless spells, levitation, simple charms, minor transfiguration, and basic shields. "We should consider elemental magic next," Rowena suggested during a progress discussion. "He shows particular affinity for air and fire. And we need to address that scar," Salazar reminded them. "I've been researching. I believe it contains a soul fragment." The other three founders looked grave. "A Horcrux?" Godric asked, his voice hushed. "Not intentionally created as such," Salazar clarified. "But functionally similar. A piece of Voldemort's soul, torn by his previous murders, attached to the boy when the killing curse rebounded. Can it be removed safely?" Helga asked, concern evident in her voice. "I believe so," Salazar nodded. "But it will require all four of us, and significant preparation. The boy will need to be stronger first. We should tell him," Rowena decided. "He deserves to know." The others agreed, and that evening after dinner, they explained their discovery to Harry. "There's a piece of Voldemort, in me?" Harry asked, horror evident in his voice. "A fragment of his soul," Rowena confirmed gently. "It's likely what gives you the ability to speak Parseltongue." "Parseltongue?" Harry repeated. "Snake language," Salazar explained. "You mentioned speaking to a garden snake last week. That's not a common ability, it's associated with my bloodline, and with Voldemort." Harry looked ill. "So I've been carrying around a piece of my parents' murderer my whole life?" "It appears so," Helga said softly. "But we can remove it." "How?" Harry demanded. "I want it gone." "It will require a complex ritual," Salazar explained. "But you need to be magically stronger first. The process will be taxing." "How long?" Harry asked. "Another month of preparation, at least," Rowena estimated. "We need to ensure your magical core is stable enough to withstand the extraction." Harry nodded, determination overshadowing his disgust. "Then I'll work twice as hard. Whatever it takes." "That's the spirit," Godric approved. "But don't overexert yourself. Magical exhaustion would only set us back." The next month saw Harry's training intensify. He worked tirelessly on strengthening his magical core, mastering more complex wandless spells, and deepening his occlumency barriers. "The fragment will likely fight removal," Salazar warned as they prepared for the ritual. "It must be contained immediately." They transformed the central chamber, drawing complex runic circles on the floor with special ink made from phoenix tears, basilisk venom, conjured by Salazar, and unicorn hair. "Are you ready, Harry?" Rowena asked as he stood in the center of the innermost circle. Harry nodded, though his face was pale. "Will it hurt?" "Yes," Salazar answered honestly. "But we'll be with you throughout. Remember your meditation training," Helga encouraged. Center yourself in your core, not in the pain. The four founders took positions at the cardinal points around Harry. They began chanting in an ancient language that predated Latin, the original magical tongue from which most modern spells derived. The runes began to glow, first white, then blue, then a deep, pulsing purple. Harry felt heat building in his scar, intensifying until it felt like a hot coal pressed against his forehead. "Stay strong, Harry," Godric called. "The first stage is working." The pain increased, and Harry gritted his teeth, focusing on his magical core as Helga had taught him. He visualized it as a bright golden light, separate from the sickly green presence that was becoming more distinct in his awareness. "The fragment is surfacing," Rowena announced. "Prepare for extraction." The founders raised their hands in unison, directing their combined power toward Harry's scar. The pain became blinding, and Harry couldn't hold back a scream as something was literally torn from his forehead. A black, oily substance erupted from the lightning bolt scar, writhing in the air above him. It formed a distorted face for an instant, snake-like, with glowing red eyes, before Salazar made a sharp slashing motion with his hand. "Containment now," he commanded. The other three founders directed their magic toward the hovering essence, forcing it into a crystal orb that Rowena had prepared. The black substance fought, tendrils lashing out like whips, but it was steadily compressed into the orb, which sealed with a flash of white light. Harry collapsed to his knees, blood trickling from his scar. Helga rushed to him, already preparing healing spells. "It's done," she assured him, gently wiping the blood away. "The fragment is contained." Harry looked up at the crystal orb, now clouded with swirling darkness. "What will you do with it?" "Destroy it," Godric stated firmly. "Once you're stabilized." "You were incredibly brave," Rowena told him, kneeling beside Helga to examine his scar. "Most grown wizards would have lost consciousness from that pain." Even Salazar looked impressed. "Your mental barriers held remarkably well. The fragment didn't find purchase elsewhere." Harry managed a weak smile, exhaustion overtaking him. "Is it really gone?" "I feel lighter somehow." "It's gone," Helga confirmed. "The scar will remain as a physical mark, but the magical taint is removed." As Helga helped Harry to his room to rest, the other three founders stood around the contained soul fragment. "We should destroy it immediately," Godric insisted. "Agreed," Rowena nodded. "Though we should examine it first. It may provide insights about any others Voldemort created." "Others?" Godric looked alarmed. "It's likely," Salazar said grimly. "A wizard who fragmented his soul once would have few qualms about doing so deliberately." "You think he created Horcruxes intentionally?" Rowena asked. Salazar nodded. "It would explain his confidence, his physical transformation as described in the histories. Soul magic of that magnitude leaves traces." "Then we must prepare Harry for that possibility," Godric decided. "Voldemort may be more difficult to defeat than we initially believed." "First, let the boy recover," Rowena cautioned. This was a significant trauma, both magically and emotionally. Harry slept for nearly 24 hours after the extraction ritual. When he finally woke, he found Helga sitting beside his bed. "How do you feel?" she asked gently. Harry considered the question carefully. "Different. Clearer somehow. Like there was static in my head that's gone now." Helga nodded. "The fragment likely affected you more than we realized. Your magic should feel more natural now, more completely your own." "What happened to the piece of him?" "Destroyed," Helga assured him. "The others performed the ritual while you slept." Harry nodded, relieved. "What now?" "Now you rest another day," Helga said firmly. "Then we continue your training, though perhaps with a short celebration first." True to her word, once Harry had recovered, the founders organized a small celebration in the main chamber. For the first time, they used their magic to create a festive atmosphere, enchanted lights floating near the ceiling, special foods Harry had never tried before, and even music played by enchanted instruments. "What's the occasion?" Harry asked, though he couldn't stop smiling at the unexpected party. "Freedom," Godric declared, raising a goblet of juice. He'd been firmly overruled by Helga when suggesting mead for a 7-year-old. "Your first step toward true magical independence. And remarkable courage," Rowena added. "Few wizards could have endured what you did." "We are proud of you," Salazar admitted, somewhat stiffly but with genuine feeling. Harry felt warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with magic. These 4 legendary figures, people who had lived 1,000 years ago and who had every reason to remain detached, truly cared about him. As they enjoyed the celebration, Harry noticed subtle differences in how his magic responded. It flowed more smoothly, more intuitively. When he levitated his cup without thinking, the movement was precise and controlled. "Your magic is integrating more fully," Rowena observed. "Without the fragment's interference, your natural abilities are flourishing." The next day, they resumed training, but with a shifted focus. Now that the soul fragment was gone, they concentrated more on Harry's natural affinities. "You have a particular gift for defensive magic," Godric noted as Harry produced a shield strong enough to deflect several magical projectiles simultaneously. "And your connection to elemental magic is impressive." Indeed, Harry had discovered an affinity for fire magic, able to conjure and control flames with remarkable precision for his age and experience. "Fire responds to emotion as much as will," Salazar explained when Harry accidentally set a practice dummy ablaze during a moment of frustration. "You must maintain control even when provoked." Learning to balance his emotions became a central focus of Harry's training. Helga worked with him on meditation techniques specifically designed to center his magical core during emotional upheaval. "You cannot eliminate emotions, nor should you try," she explained. "But you can prevent them from driving your magic unintentionally." 6 months passed in the timefold, approximately 6 hours in the outside world. Harry had changed dramatically, both in his magical abilities and his sense of self. The malnourished, fearful boy had been replaced by a confident, skilled young wizard with a deep understanding of his own magic. "It's nearly time for your first return," Rowena reminded him one evening after dinner. "We should prepare you for the transition." Harry's smile faded. The thought of returning to the Dursleys, even temporarily, filled him with dread. "Do I have to go back?" "For now, yes," Godric said sympathetically. "The blood protection remains important, and removing you permanently would alert Dumbledore." "But remember, it's only temporary," Helga assured him. "You can return here regularly, and eventually you'll attend Hogwarts." "And you won't be defenseless," Salazar added. "We've taught you ways to improve your situation," subtly. Harry nodded, accepting the inevitable. "What should I do when I first go back?" "Maintain the appearance of normalcy," Rowena advised. "Use wandless magic only when absolutely necessary and only when you're certain you won't be detected. Focus on basic comfort and survival enhancements," Salazar suggested. "Warming charms in winter, cooling in summer. Minor household magic to ensure adequate food and water. And remember your occlumency," Godric emphasized. "Keep your mental shields active, especially around anyone magical." The day before Harry's planned return, they provided him with several items to take back: self-shrinking clothes that would appear as Dudley's hand-me-downs to casual observation, a few preserved foods disguised as ordinary snacks, and a special medallion. "This will allow you to return to the timefold," Rowena explained, showing him the small disc inscribed with all 4 house symbols. "Simply hold it and think of us with clear intent." "How often can I come back?" Harry asked, turning the medallion over in his hands. "The timefold can sustain approximately 3 to 4 more years of subjective time," Rowena calculated. "We should space your visits to maximize the benefit. Perhaps 1 month here for every few weeks there," Godric suggested. "That would allow continued training while maintaining your presence in the normal timeline." Harry nodded, though anxiety still churned in his stomach. Will the Dursleys notice any changes in me? They might notice you seem healthier, Helga acknowledged. But the physical changes aren't dramatic enough to raise serious questions. And we've taught you a simple glamour to make yourself appear more like they expect, Salazar reminded him. Use it if necessary. The morning of his departure, Harry stood in the center of the main chamber, dressed in clothes that would pass inspection at the Dursleys. The four founders gathered around him. Remember everything we've taught you, Godric said. Especially about controlling your temper. Accidental magic will draw unwanted attention. Maintain your clemency practices, Salazar instructed. 20 minutes daily at minimum. Continue your physical exercises when possible, Rowena added. Your body and magic are interconnected. Helga knelt to meet his eyes. And remember, Harry, no matter what they say or do, you know the truth now. About your parents, about yourself, about magic. They can't take that from you. Harry nodded, blinking back unexpected tears. I'll miss you. We'll be right here waiting, Helga promised, giving him a warm hug. And you can return soon, Godric assured him, clasping his shoulder. Now focus, Rowena instructed. Visualize your cupboard exactly as you left it. The medallion will guide you back. Harry clutched the medallion, closed his eyes, and concentrated. The familiar sensation of magic swirled around him, and he felt the world shift. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the cramped, dark cupboard under the stairs at 4, Privet Drive. The transition was so jarring that for a moment he wondered if the past 6 months had been an elaborate dream. Then he felt the medallion in his hand, still warm with magic, and knew it had all been real. From the quality of light coming through the vent, it was early morning, perhaps an hour after he'd originally left. The Dursleys would still be out at their movie. Harry carefully hid the medallion beneath the loose floorboard, along with the other items the founders had given him. Then he settled onto his thin mattress, already planning when he could return to the timefold. Outside, a car door slammed, the Dursleys returning. Harry composed his features into the mask of submission they expected, while inside, a newfound confidence burned bright. He had survived worse than Vernon Dursley. He had faced a piece of Voldemort's soul and won. For now, he would endure. But when the time was right, everything would change. Chapter 2, The Founders' Sanctuary. Harry lasted exactly 3 days with the Dursleys before returning to the timefold. Vernon had been in a particularly foul mood after their night out, complaining about the cost of the movie tickets and dinner. When Harry emerged from his cupboard the next morning to make breakfast, Vernon had taken one look at him and growled, "You're looking too well-fed for someone being punished." That earned Harry another day without meals. By the third morning, hunger gnawed at his stomach, and Harry knew he had a decision to make. He could use the small stash of preserved food the founders had given him, or he could return to the sanctuary for a while. The choice was easy. After Petunia assigned him yard work, don't come back inside until every weed is pulled. Harry slipped behind the garden shed, clutched the medallion, and concentrated. The world swirled around him, colors blending like paint and water, before resolving into the familiar circular chamber of the Founders' Sanctuary. Back so soon? Godric asked, though he didn't look surprised. The burly founder was arranging practice dummies in the training area. The Dursleys noticed I looked too healthy, Harry explained, feeling a mixture of shame and defiance. Vernon cut my food again. Godric's face darkened. That man needs a proper introduction to the business end of my sword. Violence would solve nothing, came Rowena's voice as she entered from a side chamber. Though I admit the thought has its appeal. Helga appeared moments later, immediately assessing Harry with concerned eyes. 3 days without proper food? After all our work to restore your health? She clicked her tongue disapprovingly. We'll need to adjust our approach. I should have been more cautious, Harry admitted. I forgot to use the glamour to make myself look thinner. An understandable oversight, Salazar said, materializing last. The transition between realities is jarring. We should have anticipated this reaction from your caretakers. He managed to make the last word sound like a particularly foul insult. Well, you're here now, Helga said briskly. Let's get you fed, and then we'll discuss how to better manage your returns. As Harry ate the hearty breakfast Helga conjured, the four founders gathered to discuss strategy. We need a more comprehensive approach, Rowena stated. The boy can't constantly flee to the timefold at every hardship. Why not? Godric challenged. We have years of full time available. Better he spend it here than suffering needlessly. Because eventually the fold will collapse, Salazar reminded them. And because his continued presence in the normal timeline maintains certain protections. The blood wards, Rowena nodded. They require his regular presence. And Dumbledore's monitoring charms, however inadequate, would likely detect a prolonged absence, Helga added. Harry listened to their discussion while eating, no longer bothered by their tendency to talk about him in his presence. The founders often forgot modern sensibilities about including children in conversations that concerned them, a habit Harry actually appreciated. They never sugar-coated the truth or treated him like he couldn't understand. What if I spent a month here, then a week there? Harry suggested between bites. Would that maintain the wards? The founders considered his proposal. It might, Rowena said thoughtfully. The blood magic requires your presence, but not continuously. And we could better prepare you for each return, Helga added. Ensuring you have the right appearance and tools. It would also allow for more concentrated training periods, Godric noted approvingly. Salazar nodded. A structured approach would be beneficial. And we should teach you more subtle magics for use in the Muggle world. And so the pattern was established. Harry would spend a month in the timefold for every week with the Dursleys. In the normal timeline, this meant he was still primarily living at Privet Drive, with occasional disappearances that went unnoticed as long as he completed his chores. Within the sanctuary, however, Harry's education accelerated dramatically. Again, Godric commanded, circling Harry as the boy faced off against an enchanted training dummy. Shield, strike, move. Don't get fixated on one position. At 7 years old, nearly 8 in his subjective timeline, Harry was surprisingly agile. He ducked a swing from the dummy's padded arm, raised a shimmering wandless shield against its follow-up strike, and sent a controlled blast of force from his left hand that sent the dummy staggering backward. Better. Godric called. Now finish it. Harry darted forward, dropping low and sweeping his leg in a move Godric had taught him, catching the dummy's ankles and toppling it. Before it could recover, he pressed his hand against its chest, releasing a pulse of magic that temporarily deactivated the enchantment. Well done, Godric approved, helping Harry to his feet. Your combat instincts are developing nicely. Harry beamed at the praise, wiping sweat from his forehead. The physical and magical combinations are getting easier. As they should. Magic isn't separate from your body, it's part of you, like breathing. Godric conjured 2 cups of water, handing one to Harry. Most modern wizards forget that. They treat magic as a tool rather than an extension of themselves. Harry drank deeply, then asked, "Is that why you taught me to fight without magic first?" Godric nodded. Precisely. If you rely solely on magical solutions, you become vulnerable when those solutions are unavailable. Like if someone took my wand someday. Exactly. Many wizards are helpless without their focus. You never will be. Godric reset the training dummy with a wave of his hand. Once more, this time with the dummy at higher speed. The training dummy sprang to life, moving noticeably faster than before. Harry centered himself, calling upon the discipline Salazar had drilled into him through occlumency training. The dummy charged, and the dance began again. Later that same day, Harry sat cross-legged in the meditation area with Salazar, working on advanced occlumency techniques. The mind is not a book to be opened at will and examined at leisure, Salazar instructed. It has depths, currents, hidden passages. To truly master occlumency, you must understand your own mind completely. Harry had his eyes closed, visualizing his mental landscape as Salazar had taught him. Over months of training, he developed a complex mental fortress, a castle reminiscent of how the founders described Hogwarts, with each area representing different aspects of his consciousness. "I want you to focus on the chamber where you store memories of the Dursleys," Salazar directed. "These are memories that provoke strong emotional responses, perfect targets for a Legilimens." Harry mentally navigated to a dungeon-like area in his mindscape, where he'd contained the most painful memories of his relatives. "Now," Salazar continued, "rather than simply locking these memories away, we will transform them. Detach the emotional response while retaining the informational content." "How?" Harry asked, keeping his focus on his mental visualization. "Imagine observing the memories through glass, seeing but not experiencing. The emotions exist, but they're contained, separated from your conscious mind." Harry concentrated, picturing his memories of Vernon's shouting, Dudley's bullying, and Petunia's cold disdain as scenes in glass cases, visible but unable to touch him directly. "Good," Salazar murmured, lightly probing Harry's outer mental defenses to test the technique. "This approach allows you to recall painful information without being overwhelmed by the associated emotions. Essential for maintaining control under pressure." After an hour of practice, Harry opened his eyes, feeling mentally fatigued but satisfied with his progress. "You're advancing faster than expected," Salazar noted, which from him was high praise indeed. "Your natural defenses were already substantial, likely developed as protection during your early years." "You mean I started doing occlumency without knowing it?" Harry asked. "Not formally, but yes, your mind created barriers to protect itself from trauma." Salazar's normally stoic expression softened marginally. "It's a common response in children who endure what you did." Harry considered this. "Is that why I could block you so quickly when we started training?" "Partially. You also have a natural aptitude for mind magic." Salazar studied him with calculating eyes. "Which reminds me, we should begin exploring your potential for legilimency." Harry blinked in surprise. "You think I could learn to read minds too?" "I think you have the potential," Salazar clarified. "Though I prefer to call it mind arts rather than reading minds. The latter implies a simplicity that doesn't exist." "When can we start?" A rare smile flickered across Salazar's face. "Such eagerness. We'll begin next week, after you've mastered this emotional detachment technique." He rose gracefully to his feet. "For now, I believe Rowena is waiting for your transfiguration lesson." Transfiguration, it turned out, was Harry's most challenging subject. Despite his significant wandless abilities in other areas, the complex magic of transforming one object into another required extreme precision. "Visualization is key," Rowena explained patiently as Harry struggled to transform a wooden cube into a sphere. "You must hold both the original form and the desired form simultaneously in your mind, then guide the magic to bridge the transformation." Harry concentrated, sweat beading on his forehead as he cupped his hands around the wooden cube. He visualized the wood particles shifting, rearranging from straight edges and corners to a perfect curve. The cube shuddered, its edges beginning to round, but halfway through the transformation, it snapped back to its original shape. Harry sighed in frustration. "I don't understand why this is so difficult. Levitation and shields come naturally. Different magical disciplines draw on different aspects of your abilities," Rowena explained. "Combat magic relies heavily on will and emotion, areas where you excel. Transfiguration requires precise visualization and understanding of physical structures. So I'm just not good at it." "On the contrary," Rowena corrected. "You're performing wandless transfiguration at a level most adult wizards couldn't achieve with wands. Your frustration stems from comparing it to areas where you show extraordinary talent." Harry considered this perspective. "I guess I'm used to picking things up quickly now." "A natural consequence of your accelerated education," Rowena smiled. "But even the most gifted wizard has areas that challenge them. I myself struggled with herbology, much to Helga's amusement. This admission from the brilliant Rowena Ravenclaw made Harry feel better. He returned his attention to the cube, trying a different approach. Instead of forcing the transformation, he imagined gently encouraging the wood to find its new shape. This time, the cube slowly, smoothly rounded into a perfect sphere. Excellent! Rowena praised. You adapted your approach to match the nature of the magic. That's a sophisticated adjustment many never master. Harry picked up the wooden sphere, pleased with the seamless transformation. It feels different when I don't try to make the magic obey. An insightful observation, Rowena nodded. Magic isn't merely a tool to be commanded, it's a force to be guided, sometimes persuaded. Different types of magic respond to different approaches. After the lesson, Rowena directed Harry to the sanctuary's library, a section of the circular chamber that had expanded as his studies advanced. What had begun as a single bookshelf now resembled a small version of what the founders described as the Hogwarts library. I want you to read these texts on magical theory, she assigned, selecting several volumes that floated into a neat stack. Focus particularly on Adalbert Waffling's theories on magic as a semisentient force. Harry accepted the books, no longer intimidated by Rowena's reading assignments. His literacy had improved dramatically under her tutelage, advancing from a struggling reader to consuming texts meant for much older students. Will this help with transfiguration? He asked. It will help with understanding magic's nature across all disciplines, Rowena replied. The artificial divisions between magical subjects are relatively modern. Originally, magic was understood as a unified force expressing itself in different ways. That evening, Harry sat with Helga in what had become the sanctuary's kitchen garden, a sunny corner where plants from various magical species grew in neat beds. Unlike the other founders' training areas, which emphasized discipline and technique, Helga's domain was warm and nurturing. Herbology isn't just about growing plants, she explained as they repotted a small Flutterby bush that quivered excitedly at Harry's touch. It's about understanding life's cycles, nurturing growth, and respecting the balance of nature. Harry carefully packed soil around the plant's roots, using the techniques Helga had taught him. It reminds me of cooking with you. Helga smiled. They're not so different, are they? Both require patience, attention to detail, and understanding how elements combine to create something greater than the sum of their parts. Harry had discovered he enjoyed cooking, real cooking, not the forced labor the Dursleys demanded. With Helga, he learned to prepare meals as a form of both practical magic and creative expression. Will the potion's ingredients we're growing be ready soon? Harry asked, glancing toward the section where they cultivated plants specifically for brewing. The Dittany is ready now, actually, Helga replied. And the saprophoros beans will be ready next week. Perfect timing for our next lesson on healing potions. As they worked, Harry found himself sharing stories about his most recent week with the Dursleys, something he did most easily with Helga. Dudley got a new computer game, he mentioned as they moved on to harvesting mint leaves. He played it for 3 days straight, barely leaving his room. Aunt Petunia thought it was wonderful that he was so focused. Helga made a disapproving sound. That family's approach to child-rearing remains baffling. Neglect for you, indulgence for their son, neither serves a child well. At least when Dudley's distracted, he leaves me alone, Harry shrugged. And with the warming charms you taught me, the cupboard isn't as bad. Helga paused in her work, studying Harry with concern. You've grown so accepting of their mistreatment. While adaptability is admirable, I worry about the emotional toll. Harry considered this. I guess I don't really think of it as my real life anymore, he admitted. This, being here with all of you, feels more real than being at Privet Drive. Helga set down her gardening tools and gave Harry her full attention. That's understandable, but potentially concerning. Both worlds are equally real, Harry. Disconnecting from your life there could lead to difficulties when you eventually must live fully in that timeline. But I'll go to Hogwarts when I'm 11, Harry pointed out. I won't have to live with them forever. True, but Hogwarts isn't year-round. And more importantly, developing the ability to remain present and engaged even in difficult circumstances is a crucial life skill. Harry nodded slowly. I think I understand. It's like what Salazar teaches about maintaining awareness even during mental attacks. Precisely, Helga smiled. Emotional resilience requires presence, not escape, though there's nothing wrong with finding respite when needed. After they finished in the garden, Helga guided Harry through a session focused explicitly on emotional processing, something they did regularly as part of his overall education. I want to try something different today, she explained as they sat comfortably in a quiet corner of the sanctuary. Rather than discussing specific incidents, let's explore how you envision your future. My future? Harry repeated. Yes. When you imagine yourself as an adult, what do you see? What kind of life do you want to create? Harry frowned, realizing he'd rarely thought beyond his immediate circumstances. I'm not sure. I know I want to be a wizard, to live in the magical world. That's a start, Helga encouraged. But what kind of wizard? What relationships do you hope for? What would bring you fulfillment? These questions sparked a thoughtful conversation that continued through dinner, with the other founders occasionally contributing their perspectives. The boys should focus on mastering magic first, Salazar opined. Power and skill create options. There's more to life than magical prowess, Godric countered. Courage, honor, friendship, these give life meaning. Knowledge and wisdom are the truest paths to a fulfilling existence, Rowena added. Helga shook her head fondly at her fellow founders. Perhaps we should let Harry develop his own values rather than imposing ours. Harry listened to their familiar philosophical debate with amusement. These discussions had become common during their meals together, and he'd grown to enjoy the interplay of their different perspectives. I think I want bits of all of that, he finally said. I want to be powerful enough to protect myself and others, brave enough to stand up for what's right, smart enough to make good decisions, and... Helga prompted when he paused. And I want to have a real family someday, Harry finished quietly. People who actually want me around. The founders exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. You already have that, in a way, Godric said gruffly. We may not be conventional, being ancient magical constructs and all, but... What this emotionally stunted warrior is trying to say, Rowena interjected with unusual gentleness, is that we have come to care for you deeply, Harry. As if you were our own, Helga added warmly. Even Salazar nodded. You have proven yourself worthy of our investment. Harry felt a warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with magic. I think of you as family too, he admitted. The first real one I've ever had. The next morning, Harry woke to something unusual, an inconsistency in the sanctuary's ambient magic. The enchanted window in his bedroom, which typically showed a peaceful view of the Hogwarts grounds as they had been 1,000 years ago, was flickering between that image and something darker, stormier. Harry stared at the window, watching as the sunny landscape briefly distorted into a scene of the same location ravaged by what appeared to be magical battle. Then it snapped back to normal. He quickly dressed and hurried to the main chamber, where he found the four founders in serious discussion. Temporal instability increasing, Rowena was saying. The fold is experiencing fluctuations I didn't anticipate. Could it be the boys' frequent transitions? Salazar suggested. Each entry and exit creates a stress point. No, this is different, Godric argued. These aren't entrance ripples, they're more like glimpses. Glimpses of what? Harry asked, making his presence known. The founders turned to him, expressions revealing they hadn't intended him to overhear their conversation. Good morning, Harry, Helga greeted, recovering first. We were just discussing some unusual magical phenomena in the sanctuary. I saw it in my window, Harry said. The view kept changing to show Hogwarts, but it looked like there was a battle happening. Rowena and Salazar exchanged significant looks. What did you see exactly? Rowena asked, her tone carefully neutral. Harry described the flickering scene, the normally peaceful grounds transformed into a battlefield with flashes of spellfire and dark, hooded figures. As I feared, Rowena murmured. The timefold is becoming temporally permeable. In English, please, Godric requested. The fold exists outside normal time, Rowena explained. But it's beginning to leak. Glimpses of other time points are bleeding through, possibly futures, possibly alternate presents. Is that dangerous? Harry asked. Not immediately, Rowena assured him. But it indicates the fold is destabilizing faster than anticipated. How much time do we have? Salazar's question was direct. Rowena considered. It's difficult to calculate precisely. Perhaps 2 years of full time rather than the 3 or 4 I originally estimated. Then we must accelerate his training, Godric decided. Without sacrificing thoroughness, Helga cautioned. Harry looked between them. Is this because of me? Am I causing problems with how often I come here? No, child, Helga said firmly. The timefold was always temporary. We're simply getting better data on its limitations. What were those scenes I saw? Harry pressed. Were they the future? Again, the founders exchanged glances. Possibly, Rowena admitted. Or possibly just potential futures. Time isn't linear in the conventional sense, it's more like a river with currents, eddies, and multiple possible channels. We should study these glimpses, Salazar suggested. They may provide valuable intelligence. Agreed, Godric nodded. If conflict is coming to Hogwarts, we should prepare the boy accordingly. I want to help, Harry insisted. If those visions are real, if Hogwarts is in danger, should know about it. Helga studied him with concern. You're still very young to bear such burdens, Harry. I'm almost 8, Harry countered. And I've already faced more than most adults, haven't I? He has a point, Salazar noted. Sheltering him from difficult truths serves no purpose. After some debate, the founders agreed to include Harry in their investigations of the temporal anomalies. They established a protocol. Whenever anyone noticed a glimpse, they would record the details in a special journal Rowena created. The glimpses remained sporadic over the following weeks, but a pattern slowly emerged. Many showed scenes of conflict at Hogwarts, centered around a figure Harry eventually recognized from descriptions. That's Voldemort, isn't it? He asked after witnessing a particularly vivid glimpse of a snake-like man dueling with multiple opponents. He looks less human than I imagined. The physical transformation is consistent with deep corruption through dark magic, Salazar observed. Particularly soul magic. You think he made more Horcruxes, Rowena stated rather than asked. Multiple ones, judging by the physical degradation, Salazar confirmed. It would explain his apparent return despite his body's destruction when he attacked Harry. This information should have terrified Harry, but after months of training and preparation, he processed it with surprising calm. So he's not really gone, and he'll try to come back, Harry summarized. And when he does, he'll target Hogwarts. And you, Godric added grimly. Never forget that the prophecy marks you as his downfall. He won't ignore that. Then we keep training, Harry said with determination that impressed even Salazar. We use whatever time we have left in the fold to prepare. As the training intensified, Harry's abilities continued to develop at an astonishing pace. His wandless magic, already impressive, became increasingly precise and powerful. He could now manipulate elements with remarkable control, creating and shaping fire, moving water, conjuring gusts of wind, and even causing minor earth tremors. Your affinity for elemental magic is unusual, Rowena noted as Harry demonstrated the ability to create a small flame that changed color at his command. Most wizards specialize in one element if they show elemental talent at all. Is that good? Harry asked, extinguishing the flame with a thought. It's rare, Rowena clarified. And potentially very powerful. Elemental magic predates most modern spellwork, it connects directly to the fundamental forces of nature. Combat training with Godric advanced to include magical dueling against multiple opponents. The enchanted dummies now fired back with mild stinging hexes, teaching Harry to shield, dodge, and counterattack simultaneously. Never stay still. Godric called as Harry weaved between the training dummies' attacks. Movement is life in battle. Harry ducked under a hex, rolled to avoid another, and came up casting a wandless impediment jinx that froze one dummy in place. He followed with a quick series of force pulses that knocked back the others. Good. Godric approved. Now finish the sequence. Harry gathered his magic, focusing on the technique they'd been practicing all week. With a sweeping gesture, he released a wave of concussive force that knocked all the remaining dummies off their feet. Panting but triumphant, Harry looked to Godric for assessment. Impressive power, the founder acknowledged. But you telegraphed the final attack with too much physical movement. A skilled opponent would have countered during your preparation. Harry nodded, accepting the criticism. I'll work on being more subtle. See that you do, Godric grinned. Though the raw power you're developing is remarkable for your age. With Salazar, Harry began preliminary training in legilimency, the counterpart to his now substantial occlumency skills. The mind is not a book to be read, Salazar reminded him during their first session. It's a complex landscape to be navigated. Emotions rise like mountains, memories flow like rivers, thoughts flicker like forest creatures. Harry sat across from a specially enchanted crystal that simulated a simplified human mind, Salazar's invention for teaching legilimency without risking harm to an actual person. Focus your intent, Salazar instructed. Not to invade, but to perceive. The difference is crucial. Harry concentrated, directing his awareness toward the crystal. At first, he sensed nothing, but gradually, impressions formed, colors, shapes, fragments of fabricated memories. I see, a garden, Harry murmured. Someone walking through it, looking at flowers. Good, Salazar approved. Now withdraw carefully. Always leave as gently as you entered. Harry pulled his awareness back, feeling mentally fatigued but exhilarated by the new skill. Was that really legilimency? He asked once he'd recovered. A beginner's exercise, Salazar clarified. True legilimency is far more complex and ethically fraught. We proceed cautiously with this art. Because it could hurt someone? Yes, and because using it carelessly violates boundaries in ways that corrupt the practitioner as much as they harm the subject. Salazar's expression was unusually solemn. Power without restraint destroys itself eventually. This philosophical aspect of Salazar's teaching had become more prominent as Harry advanced. Far from the power-hungry villain some historical accounts portrayed, this Salazar emphasized discipline, ethical use of power, and strategic thinking. Why are some history books so wrong about you? Harry asked one day after a particularly nuanced lesson on magical ethics. They make you sound like you hated Muggleborns and wanted to purify the wizarding world. Salazar's expression darkened slightly. History is written by the victors and simplified by time. My views were more complex than modern accounts suggest. What did you really believe, then? Salazar considered his answer carefully. I believed, still believe, that magic is a precious gift that must be protected and nurtured. In my time, those born to non-magical families faced grave dangers from superstitious communities. Children were killed for showing magical abilities. That's horrible, Harry said quietly. Indeed. My concern was for the safety of both the magical children and our wider community. Integrating those without magical backgrounds created risks, not because of their birth, but because they brought with them the fears and prejudices of their upbringing. So you didn't hate them for their blood? Blood means nothing, Salazar said dismissively. Magic recognizes no such distinction. My disagreement with the others was about methodology, how quickly to integrate those from non-magical backgrounds, what safeguards to implement, how to protect our community while growing it. Harry absorbed this perspective, comparing it to the simplified history he'd learned from the other founders. Did you really leave Hogwarts after fighting with Godric? A rare smile flickered across Salazar's face. Godric and I fought constantly, it was the nature of our friendship. But yes, I eventually departed. Not in the dramatic exit depicted in legend, but because we had fundamentally different visions for the school's future. Do you regret it? Salazar was silent for a long moment. Regret is a luxury afforded to the living, not to magical echoes preserved in portraits, he finally said. But if I retained the capacity for such emotion, yes, I would regret that my departure allowed for the distortion of my legacy and intentions. The months in the sanctuary took on a rhythm, intensive training with each founder, research into the temporal glimpses, and periodic discussions about Harry's eventual return to full-time life in the normal timeline. Each time Harry returned to the Dursleys for his required week, he found it easier to manage their mistreatment. The subtle magic he'd learned allowed him to make his cupboard more comfortable, ensure he had adequate food even when deprived of meals, and occasionally make small objects disappear when Dudley tried to take them. The fat one tried to grab my medallion today, Harry reported during one return to the sanctuary. I made it invisible and intangible until he gave up. Well done, Salazar approved. Subtle, undetectable, and effective. Did he suspect magic? Rowena asked with mild concern. Harry shook his head. He just thought he was going crazy. Called me a freak and stomped off to complain to Aunt Petunia that I was being weird. Your control is improving, Godric observed. A year ago, your emotional response might have triggered accidental magic. Indeed, Harry's emotional control had developed remarkably. Through Occlumency and Helga's guidance, he'd learned to process his feelings without suppressing them, acknowledging anger, fear, or hurt while preventing those emotions from driving impulsive magical reactions. As his 8th birthday approached, in his subjective timeline, the founders prepared a special celebration. The sanctuary transformed for the occasion, the central chamber decorated with floating lights, colorful banners representing all 4 houses, and a feast that included all of Harry's favorite foods. This is amazing, Harry breathed when he saw the preparations. You didn't have to do all this. Birthdays should be celebrated properly, Helga insisted warmly. Especially for a child who's never had that opportunity before. Besides, Godric added with a wink, it gives us an excuse for a proper feast. Even magical constructs miss the pleasures of celebration sometimes. The celebration included not just food but gifts, practical items the founders had created specifically for Harry. Godric presented him with a practice sword, sized for his small frame but crafted with the same care as a real weapon. Every wizard should understand the basics of physical combat, he explained. This will help you develop proper form. From Rowena came a special journal whose pages would never run out, enchanted to organize information according to the writer's needs. For recording your studies, observations, and ideas, she explained. A disciplined mind benefits from structured reflection. Helga gifted him with a small wooden box containing seeds and cuttings from magical plants. These are preserved in stasis, she explained. When you eventually have a permanent home, you can start your own magical garden. Salazar's gift was characteristically practical yet profoundly valuable, a small silver ring set with a dark green stone. It contains a fraction of the sanctuary's protective magic, he explained. It won't shield you from major threats, but it will alert you to magical danger and provide limited protection against minor hexes or mental intrusions. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling the gentle pulse of magic connecting with his own. Thank you, all of you, he said, emotion making his voice slightly rough. Not just for the gifts, but for everything. You've earned far more than trinkets, Godric stated firmly. Your dedication to learning, your resilience in the face of challenges, these merit recognition. Indeed, Rowena agreed. Your progress has exceeded even our optimistic projections. Your family now, Helga said simply. In all the ways that truly matter. Even Salazar nodded in acknowledgement. You've proven worthy of the investment we've made. Few would have adapted so well to such extraordinary circumstances. The celebration continued well into the evening, with stories, magical demonstrations, and even music courtesy of enchanted instruments Rowena conjured. For Harry, who had never experienced a birthday party before, it was perfect, not because of the decorations or gifts, but because for the first time, he felt truly seen and valued for himself. A few days after the birthday celebration, the temporal fluctuations intensified dramatically. Harry woke in the middle of the night to find his entire room shifting between multiple versions of itself, one moment his familiar sanctuary quarters, the next a dormitory with red and gold decorations, then briefly a hospital room, then back again. He rushed to the main chamber to find the founders already gathered, their expressions grave as they worked complex magic to stabilize the space. "What's happening?" Harry asked, having to raise his voice over a strange humming that filled the air. "A significant temporal disturbance," Rowena answered tersely, her hands tracing intricate patterns that left glowing blue symbols hanging in the air. "Something is interfering with the fold from outside." "Outside?" Harry repeated. "You mean someone's trying to break in?" "Not precisely," Salazar corrected, his own magic creating a network of silver threads that seemed to reinforce the chamber's boundaries. "But something is exerting pressure on the fold's integrity. Whether intentionally or not remains unclear." The room shuddered, and for a moment, Harry saw a completely different scene overlaid on the sanctuary, a circular office filled with silver instruments, with an elderly wizard in half-moon spectacles looking directly at him with piercing blue eyes. "Dumbledore," Harry whispered, recognizing the figure from descriptions. Then the image was gone, the sanctuary stabilizing as the founders completed their magical reinforcement. "Did you see that?" Harry asked urgently. Dumbledore was looking right at me. The founders exchanged concerned glances. "I saw a different scene," Godric admitted. "A graveyard with a large cauldron and hooded figures." "I perceived what appeared to be the Chamber of Secrets," Salazar added, with someone opening the entrance. "And I saw the great hall filled with sleeping students while Dementors searched the castle," Helga said with a shudder. Rowena's expression was deeply troubled. Multiple temporal possibilities bleeding through simultaneously. The fold is becoming dangerously unstable. Could Dumbledore be causing this? Harry asked. He seemed to be looking right at me, like he knew I was here. Unlikely, Rowena said after consideration. Even Dumbledore doesn't possess the knowledge to directly interact with a timefold. More probably, these are potential futures where his path intersects with yours in significant ways. All the glimpses we've seen involve Hogwarts, Salazar observed. And many involve conflict. And Voldemort, Godric added grimly. Directly or indirectly. Harry considered this. So these are things that might happen when I go to Hogwarts. Dangers I'll face. Possibilities only, Helga cautioned. The future is not fixed. But forewarned is forearmed, Salazar countered. We should analyze these glimpses systematically and prepare accordingly. The incident led to a shift in Harry's training. While maintaining his core magical education, the founders now incorporated more scenario-based preparation, teaching Harry to recognize and counter specific threats they'd identified through the temporal glimpses. Godric focused on combat against creatures like Dementors and basilisks. The Patronus charm is typically considered far beyond the capabilities of a child, he explained as they practiced. But your unusual circumstances and magical development make it possible. Harry struggled with the complex charm, finding it challenging to maintain the necessary positive emotion while channeling the specific magical pattern. It's not working, he said in frustration after another failed attempt produced only wisps of silver mist. The memory you're using isn't strong enough, Godric suggested. It must be your happiest, most powerful positive experience. Harry closed his eyes, searching his memories. He had more happy experiences now than he'd ever imagined possible, but which was strongest? His first day in the sanctuary? Learning he was a wizard? His birthday celebration? Then it came to him, not a single moment, but the cumulative feeling of being accepted and valued by the founders. The gradual realization that he had found a family of sorts, people who saw his worth and believed in him. Expecto Patronum, he called, focusing on that complex emotional tapestry. Silver light erupted from his outstretched hand, coalescing into a form, not fully corporeal, but distinctly four-legged and graceful. A stag! Godric exclaimed. And nearly corporeal on your 5th attempt. Remarkable progress, Harry. Harry stared in wonder at the silver form as it pranced around the training area before dissipating. Why a stag? Patronus forms reflect something deep within us, Godric explained. Sometimes aspects of ourselves, sometimes connections to others. Your father's animagus form was a stag, according to our observations of the timeline. My father could turn into a deer? Harry asked, amazed. Indeed, Godric confirmed. He and his friends achieved the animagus transformation during their Hogwarts years, an impressive feat. This new connection to his father motivated Harry to master the Patronus charm more quickly than anyone had expected. Within weeks, he could consistently produce a corporeal Patronus, not at full power, but substantial enough to repel a Dementor, according to Godric's assessment. With Salazar, Harry studied defensive tactics against possession and magical compulsion, threats they'd identified from several temporal glimpses involving Voldemort. The connection forged when he attacked you may leave you vulnerable to his influence, Salazar explained. Even with the soul fragment removed, an echo likely remains. They developed specialized occlumency techniques focused specifically on isolating and blocking any external magical presence attempting to enter Harry's mind. Imagine a dark fog trying to seep through your mental barriers, Salazar instructed during one particularly intense session. Don't fight it directly, that creates engagement. Instead, create a vacuum that pulls it into a contained space where it can be observed and neutralized. Harry followed the instructions, visualizing the process with increasing clarity as they practiced. Like a magical quarantine? Precisely, Salazar nodded approvingly. This approach allows you to study the intrusion without becoming contaminated by it. Rowena's lessons expanded to include advanced magical theory about soul magic, horcruxes, and methods of magical detection. If our glimpses are accurate, you may need to identify objects containing soul fragments, she explained. Each would carry a magical signature similar to what we removed from your scar. She taught Harry to extend his magical senses outward, feeling for specific magical resonances in objects and environments. Close your eyes, she instructed. I've hidden 3 objects in this room with different magical signatures. Find the one that feels wrong, discordant with the natural flow of magic around it. Harry extended his awareness as she taught him, feeling the ambient magic of the sanctuary flowing like a gentle current. Most objects felt neutral or harmonious within that flow, but as he concentrated, he detected something that seemed to disrupt the pattern, a jarring note in an otherwise smooth melody. There, he said, pointing to a cabinet across the room. Inside that drawer. It feels slimy somehow. Rowena opened the drawer, revealing a small black journal. Excellent. This isn't a true Horcrux, of course, but I've enchanted it to mimic the magical resonance. Being able to detect such objects could prove crucial. With Helga, Harry focused on healing magic and protective enchantments. Self-sufficiency is essential, she emphasized. In dangerous situations, you may not have access to a healer. She taught him basic diagnostic charms, simple healing spells for minor injuries, and how to recognize when a wound required professional attention. Magic can heal many things, she cautioned, but it has limitations. Never attempt to heal serious injuries or unknown magical damage without proper training. Beyond physical healing, Helga continued to focus on emotional resilience, preparing Harry for the psychological challenges he might face. The temporal glimpses suggest you may encounter situations designed to exploit your emotional vulnerabilities, she explained. Your compassion, your desire to protect others, your longing for connection, these are strengths, but they can be manipulated. They practiced scenarios where Harry had to make difficult choices under pressure, distinguishing between genuine need and emotional manipulation. Trust your instincts, Helga advised. But verify with logic. The most dangerous traps are those that appeal to your noblest impulses. As Harry's training advanced, the temporal disturbances grew more frequent. The sanctuary would occasionally shift entirely for brief moments, transporting Harry and the Founders into scenes from potential futures before snapping back to normal. During one such incident, they found themselves briefly standing in what appeared to be the Hogwarts trophy room. Before they could fully register their surroundings, a boy's voice called out, "Harry! Where did you come from? We've been looking everywhere." Harry turned to see a red-haired boy about his age staring at him in confusion. Before he could respond, the sanctuary reasserted itself, and they were back in the familiar circular chamber. "That was different," Godric observed grimly. "That wasn't just a glimpse, we physically manifested in that time point. The walls between the fold and the timeline are thinning," Rowena confirmed, her expression troubled. "Each fluctuation becomes more substantial." The boy saw Harry, Salazar pointed out. "There could be consequences from such direct interaction." "He called me by name," Harry added. "Like he knew me." "A classmate, perhaps," Helga suggested. "In a future where you attend Hogwarts together." Rowena performed complex diagnostic magic, studying the residual energy from the fluctuation. "The temporal displacement is becoming directional," she announced after several minutes. "The fold is increasingly attracted to specific points in Harry's potential timeline." "Is that dangerous?" Harry asked. "It suggests the fold is beginning to collapse more quickly than anticipated," Rowena answered honestly. "And that it's seeking to reintegrate with the primary timeline." "How much time do we have left?" Godric asked directly. Rowena considered. "At the current rate of degradation, perhaps 6 to 8 months of full time." Harry felt his stomach drop. After nearly 2 years in the sanctuary, with periodic returns to Privet Drive, he'd grown accustomed to the Founders' presence and guidance. The thought of losing them entirely was devastating. "Isn't there anything we can do?" he asked, unable to keep the desperation from his voice. "The fold was always temporary," Salazar reminded him, though his tone lacked its usual detachment. "We've known this from the beginning. But we must ensure the remaining time is used effectively," Godric added. "Every skill, every piece of knowledge we can impart must be prioritized." Helga moved to Harry's side, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "This isn't truly an ending, Harry. Our knowledge, our guidance, these remain with you even when we're no longer physically present." Harry nodded, though the logical reassurance did little to ease the emotional impact. "Will I be ready? When the fold collapses and I have to face everything on my own?" "No one is ever truly ready for all challenges," Rowena said with unusual gentleness. "But you will be far better prepared than you would have been without our intervention." "And you won't face everything immediately," Salazar pointed out pragmatically. "You'll have time to continue developing your skills independently before confronting the greatest threats." "Focus on the present," Godric advised. "We still have months to work with, make each day count." With the newfound urgency, Harry's training intensified further. The Founders prioritized skills and knowledge they deemed most critical, often working together to integrate their different specialties. Godric and Salazar jointly taught advanced defensive techniques, combining Godric's direct combat approach with Salazar's subtler strategy. "Never fight fair when lives are at stake," Godric instructed, surprising Harry, who had expected the chivalrous Founder to advocate honorable combat. "Fairness is a luxury afforded to sporting contests," Salazar added. "In true conflict, effectiveness is the only relevant measure." They developed a hybrid fighting style that leveraged Harry's natural agility and wandless abilities, using physical movement to disguise magical attacks, combining elemental magic with conventional spells, and maintaining constant situational awareness. "Most wizards focus entirely on their opponent," Godric explained during one training session. They forget their environment, which provides both hazards and opportunities. Transmute the stone beneath their feet to ice, Salazar suggested. Summon objects from behind to distract. Use everything available. Harry absorbed these lessons eagerly, finding that the combined approach suited his intuitive understanding of magic better than rigid spellcasting alone. Rowena and Helga collaborated on teaching Harry more advanced protective magic, wards, shields, and healing techniques that could be applied quickly under pressure. Standard shield charms block physical objects or direct magical attacks, Rowena explained. But many dangers come in more subtle forms. They taught Harry to layer his defenses, a physical shield reinforced with intent-based wards and surrounded by sensory alarm triggers. Protection isn't just reactive, Helga emphasized. Anticipation and prevention are far more effective than response. Harry practiced creating safe zones, quickly establishing layered protections around an area that could shelter himself and others in an emergency. All four founders worked together to prepare Harry for his inevitable return to full-time life in the normal timeline. They created detailed plans for different scenarios he might face, from mundane challenges at the Dursleys to potential confrontations with Voldemort or his followers. Knowledge will be your greatest weapon initially, Rowena advised. You'll know things others don't expect you to know, understand concepts others haven't been taught. But conceal that knowledge carefully, Salazar cautioned. Revealing too much too soon will raise questions you cannot safely answer. Focus on building genuine relationships, Helga suggested. Friends and allies who value you for yourself, not for your fame or abilities. And always maintain awareness of potential threats, Godric added. Constant vigilance, without paranoia. As they worked, the temporal fluctuations continued to increase in both frequency and duration. They learned to utilize these glimpses strategically, gathering information about potential futures that might help Harry navigate challenges ahead. During one significant displacement, they witnessed a confrontation between Harry and a turban-wearing professor, with Voldemort's face protruding from the back of the man's head. Possession, Salazar identified immediately. A temporary measure for a spirit without a proper body. Professor Quirrell, Harry recalled from their research into Hogwarts' current staff. He teaches defense against the dark arts. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so dangerous, Godric commented grimly. Another glimpse showed Harry facing an enormous serpent in what Salazar immediately recognized as the Chamber of Secrets. My basilisk, he confirmed, his expression troubled. I never intended it to threaten students. You left a basilisk under the school? Godric demanded incredulously. It was meant as a last defense for the school itself, Salazar explained defensively. To be called only if Hogwarts faced existential threat. It should be dormant, only responsive to Parseltongue commands from my heir. Evidently something changes, Rowena observed dryly. These glimpses allowed them to prepare Harry specifically for threats he might face. Salazar taught him Parseltongue commands that would control the basilisk if necessary, while Godric trained him in techniques for fighting large magical creatures. Aim for the eyes, he instructed. Even with a creature as magically resistant as a basilisk, the eyes remain vulnerable. Though avoiding its gaze is equally important, Salazar added. Direct eye contact with a basilisk is fatal. Reflect its gaze back upon itself, Rowena suggested. In theory, a basilisk cannot survive seeing its own eyes. Through these targeted preparations, Harry developed an extensive repertoire of specialized skills beyond what any normal magical education would provide. As his 9th birthday approached in the full timeline, while he remained physically closer to 7 in the normal timeline, Harry had grown into his magical abilities with surprising maturity. His wandless magic had developed to the point where he could perform most standard spells without incantations or gestures, simply through focused intent. His occlumency shields were robust enough to withstand substantial probing, even from Salazar. His physical training had transformed him from a scrawny, malnourished child into a lean, agile fighter with impressive stamina for his age. Most importantly, his understanding of magic had deepened beyond mechanical spellcasting to a more intuitive grasp of magical principles. "You've developed a relationship with magic itself," Rowena observed during an advanced theory session. "That's extraordinarily rare, especially in one so young." "It doesn't feel like I'm forcing magic to do things anymore," Harry tried to explain. "It's more like having a conversation. I suggest what I want, and the magic responds." "That's precisely how the most powerful wizards throughout history have understood their craft," Rowena confirmed. "Magic isn't a tool to be commanded but a force to be respected and guided." The looming end of their time together cast a shadow over their continued work, though all five tried to remain focused on making the most of what remained. The founders began creating resources Harry could take with him, books with specialized knowledge, magical items to assist his continued development, and recorded memories of critical lessons. "These will seem like ordinary objects to anyone else," Rowena explained as she showed Harry how to access the hidden content in what appeared to be a standard notebook. "But with the correct activation phrase, they'll reveal their true nature." "Won't the Ministry detect magic if I use them?" Harry asked. "They're self-contained," Salazar explained. "The magic happens within the objects, not from your core. Similar to how magical photographs move without triggering underage magic monitors." As they prepared for the inevitable separation, the emotional impact became increasingly difficult to ignore. During one evening meal, Harry finally asked the question he'd been avoiding: "Will you remember me? When I'm gone, and you're back to being normal portraits?" The founders exchanged glances. "Our consciousness within the timefold is distinct from our portrait versions," Rowena explained carefully. "When the fold collapses, we'll return to our original state." "Which means?" Harry pressed. "Our portrait selves will have impressions, fragments of memory," Godric said. "But not the full experience we've shared here." "So you'll forget me," Harry concluded, his voice small. "Not entirely," Helga assured him quickly. "More like, we'll know you, but through a veil. The connection will remain, but altered. And you can restore much of it," Salazar added. "By speaking to our portraits at Hogwarts. Each interaction will strengthen the connection, bring more memories to the surface." Harry nodded, trying to accept this painful reality. "I'll miss you. All of you. And we you, child," Helga said softly. "More than portraits should be capable of missing anyone. But remember," Godric added firmly, "what we've given you doesn't disappear when we do. Our knowledge, our training, these remain part of you. You carry us with you," Rowena said. "In every spell you cast, every strategy you employ, every principle you uphold." Even Salazar, normally reserved with emotional displays, nodded in agreement. "Our legacy continues through you now, Harry Potter. See that you use it wisely." The final months in the timefold passed too quickly. Temporal disturbances increased to the point where brief displacements occurred almost daily. The founders worked constantly to stabilize the fold while continuing Harry's education. They focused increasingly on preparing Harry for specific scenarios they'd glimpsed: confrontations with Voldemort in various forms, encounters with dangerous magical artifacts, and challenges he might face at Hogwarts. "The diary is particularly concerning," Salazar noted after they witnessed a glimpse of a young girl carrying a small black book that radiated dark magic even through the temporal visualization. "It bears the magical signature of a Horcrux, but seems capable of possession as well. A more sophisticated container than most," Rowena agreed. "Designed not just to preserve a soul fragment but to actively influence others." They developed specific techniques for Harry to identify and neutralize such objects, drawing on the knowledge gained from removing the fragment from his scar. Other glimpses showed Harry facing more conventional challenges: classes at Hogwarts, interactions with teachers and students, navigating the complex social dynamics of the wizarding world as its reluctant celebrity. "Professor Snape will be particularly problematic for you," Helga observed after witnessing a glimpse of a potions classroom where a sallow-faced teacher loomed menacingly over Harry. "He appears to harbor significant animosity." Severus Snape had a complex relationship with your parents, Rowena explained, drawing on their observations of the timeline. Particularly your mother. He was in love with her, Salazar stated bluntly. And hated your father with equal passion. And he sees both when he looks at you, Godric added. A volatile combination. They prepared Harry for handling such situations, teaching him to remain calm under verbal attack, to excel in potions despite potential sabotage, and to navigate the political complexities of Hogwarts faculty dynamics. As the fold became increasingly unstable, they focused on finalizing the resources Harry would take with him. The enchanted journal from Rowena was expanded to include critical reference material. Godric created a magical focusing band disguised as a simple bracelet that would help Harry channel his wandless magic more precisely until he obtained a proper wand. Helga prepared specialized healing potions and salves, preserved in stasis and disguised as ordinary toiletries. These will help with everything from common injuries to magical exhaustion, she explained. Use them sparingly, they cannot be replaced until you gain access to proper potion ingredients. Salazar's contribution was characteristically subtle but powerful, a set of enchanted contacts that would replace Harry's glasses and provide additional magical perception. They'll allow you to see magical auras with concentration, he explained. And they'll correct your vision without the vulnerability of breakable glasses. As their final project together, all four founders collaborated to create something unprecedented, a mental construct within Harry's mindscape that would preserve aspects of their knowledge and personalities. It won't be truly us, Rowena cautioned as they prepared the complex magic. More like echoes of our teaching methods and core knowledge, accessible through deep meditation. A mental counsel you can consult when facing difficult decisions, Helga explained. Though the answers will ultimately come from your own knowledge, filtered through our perspectives. Think of it as an internalized version of our guidance, Godric suggested. Available when you need it most. The process of creating this construct took several intensive sessions, with each founder carefully imprinting aspects of their approach to magic, problem-solving, and ethical reasoning within Harry's highly developed mindscape. This goes beyond standard occlumency, Salazar noted with approval as they worked. Few adult wizards could maintain such a complex mental architecture. When the process was complete, Harry could access a mental representation of the sanctuary within his meditation, where echoes of the founders would provide guidance based on their teachings and principles. It's not the same as having you really there, Harry said after testing the construct. But it helps. It's the best we can offer for now, Rowena acknowledged. Until you reach Hogwarts and can interact with our actual portraits. With just weeks remaining before the fold's projected collapse, they began preparing for Harry's final return to the normal timeline. This transition would be more complex than previous ones, as he would need to reintegrate fully into his life at Privet Drive while maintaining all he had learned. The physical changes will be the most difficult to explain, Helga noted. You've grown several inches taller in full time, and your physique has changed significantly with training. The glamour charms will help initially, Rowena reminded him. But you'll need to allow some visible growth over time to avoid suspicion. And your magical control must be absolute, Salazar emphasized. No accidental discharges, no matter the provocation. Remember that you're playing a long game, Godric advised. 3 years until Hogwarts may seem an eternity from your perspective, but it will pass. They developed a detailed plan for Harry's continued education during this time, what he could safely practice without detection, how to maintain his physical training without raising questions, and how to subtly improve his circumstances at the Dursleys without alerting the wizarding world to his advanced abilities. Small comforts first, Salazar advised. Warming charms in winter, cooling in summer. Minor enhancements to whatever meager food they provide. Maintain your occlumency daily, Rowena instructed. It will help control accidental magic and keep your mind organized. Continue your physical exercises, Godric added. Modified for what would look like normal childhood activity. And don't neglect your emotional well-being, Helga emphasized. The transition will be difficult. Use the meditation techniques we've taught you to process your feelings. As the final days approached, the temporal disturbances increased dramatically. Parts of the sanctuary would randomly shift to different locations: the Hogwarts Great Hall, the Dursleys' living room, unfamiliar wizarding homes or shops. These displacements lasted longer each time, sometimes persisting for several minutes before resolving. The fold is actively seeking reintegration points, Rowena explained after a particularly prolonged shift that had temporarily transformed half the sanctuary into what appeared to be the Hogwarts hospital wing. It's trying to find where and when to deposit you. Can we control it? Harry asked. Make sure I go back to the right time and place. To some degree, Rowena confirmed. We've been anchoring the fold to your cupboard at a specific temporal point. The medallion you use to enter should serve as a homing beacon. The final week was emotional for everyone. Though they maintained focus on Harry's preparation, moments of reflection and farewell became increasingly frequent. I wish you could come with me, Harry admitted during a quiet evening by the fireplace. All of you. As do we, Helga said softly. But even magic has its limitations. You won't be alone for long, Godric reminded him. Hogwarts awaits, and with it, new friendships and allies. And knowledge, Rowena added. The library alone contains treasures beyond imagining. And opportunities for greatness, Salazar noted. Your preparation here gives you advantages few could dream of. On what they calculated to be their final full day together, the founders organized a formal ceremony, a graduation of sorts, acknowledging Harry's achievements and marking his transition. The sanctuary's central chamber was transformed for the occasion, decorated with the colors of all four houses and illuminated by floating magical lights. At the center stood a pedestal bearing items representing each founder's contribution to Harry's education. Harry entered the chamber to find the four founders dressed in their formal robes, standing solemnly around the pedestal. Despite being just 9 in his subjective timeline, and still physically closer to 7, Harry approached with dignity, aware of the significance of the moment. Harry James Potter, Godric began, his voice resonant in the chamber. You came to us as a child in need and stand before us now as a wizard of remarkable potential. Through courage, determination, and unwavering effort, you have honored the traditions of Gryffindor House. He placed a small golden figurine of a lion on the pedestal, which immediately glowed with warm light. Rowena stepped forward next. Through dedication to knowledge, creative thinking, and intellectual growth, you have embodied the values of Ravenclaw House. May your mind remain ever open to new wisdom. She added a bronze eagle figurine, which glowed with blue light beside the lion. Helga spoke third. Through loyalty, compassion, and unwavering work ethic, you have demonstrated the heart of Hufflepuff House. Remember always that true strength lies in kindness, especially toward those who cannot repay it. Her badger figurine joined the others, emanating a soft yellow glow. Finally, Salazar stepped forward. Through resourcefulness, determination, and strategic thinking, you have proven worthy of Slytherin's legacy. Use cunning as a shield for the vulnerable, ambition as a force for worthy goals, and self-preservation as a means to protect others, not merely yourself. His silver serpent completed the circle, glowing with green light that intertwined with the others, creating a multicolored nimbus above the pedestal. We four rarely agree entirely, Godric continued, a slight smile breaking his formal demeanor. But in this we are unanimous: you have earned the right to carry forward the combined legacy of Hogwarts founders. Though your path will not be easy, Rowena added, you face it better prepared than we could have hoped when we first found you. Remember that strength lies not just in power, Helga said gently, but in how that power is used to protect and nurture. And that knowledge kept secret, Salazar concluded, often serves better than knowledge revealed. Patience in revealing your abilities will serve you well. The four magical lights suddenly spiraled upward, combining into a brilliant white glow that descended onto Harry. He felt a warm sensation, as if the magic were settling into him, becoming part of his own magical signature. This blessing carries no specific enchantment, Rowena explained, seeing his questioning look. But it marks you as one who has received the direct teaching of all four founders, something no other wizard in 1,000 years can claim. We can give you no official title or certification, Godric added with a chuckle. Rather difficult to explain, after all. But you have earned our respect, Salazar stated simply. And that, I assure you, is rarely given. And our love, Helga added, her eyes bright with emotion. That is given more freely, but no less sincerely. The ceremony concluded with a feast, their final meal together in the sanctuary. Though the occasion was bittersweet, they focused on celebration rather than mourning, recounting favorite moments from their time together and speaking of Harry's future with optimism. As the evening drew to a close, Rowena announced, "The fold will collapse tomorrow, according to my calculations. We should complete final preparations tonight." They spent the remaining hours ensuring Harry had everything he would need, his enchanted journal, the focusing bracelet, healing supplies, the special contacts, and clothing that would adapt to appear appropriate whether in the magical or muggle world. Most importantly, they reviewed his mental construct one final time, ensuring the echoes of their guidance were firmly embedded in his mindscape. Access this only in true need, Salazar cautioned. Too much reliance weakens your own judgment. But don't hesitate when the need is genuine, Helga countered. Pride that prevents seeking help is foolishness, not strength. As Harry prepared for sleep in his sanctuary bedroom for the final time, each founder came to bid him a personal farewell. Godric clasped his shoulder firmly. Remember, courage isn't the absence of fear, it's action despite fear. You have the heart of a true warrior, Harry Potter. Rowena gently touched his forehead. Your mind is your greatest weapon in sanctuary. Never stop questioning, never stop learning. Helga embraced him warmly. You are worthy of love and belonging, Harry. Never forget that, no matter what lies ahead. Salazar, always more reserved, simply nodded respectfully. You will face those who underestimate you. Let their misconceptions be their downfall, not yours. That night, Harry slept fitfully, his dreams filled with glimpses of possible futures, some hopeful, some frightening, all uncertain. Morning arrived with a tangible change in the sanctuary's atmosphere. The air seemed thinner somehow, the colors less vivid, as if the very fabric of the timefold was preparing for its dissolution. It's time, Rowena announced after performing complex diagnostic spells. The fold will collapse within hours. We must send you back now, while we can still control the transition point. They gathered in the central chamber, which now flickered occasionally with glimpses of other locations, brief, disorienting flashes of the Great Hall, the Hogwarts grounds, unfamiliar corridors. Harry stood in the center, dressed in clothes that would appear normal at Privet Drive, all his enchanted possessions carefully stowed in specially created dimensional pockets that even magical detection wouldn't reveal. Remember, Godric said, maintain the simplified glamour for at least a month, allowing your apparent growth to seem natural. Use your wandless abilities only when absolutely necessary, Rowena reminded him. And never where you might be observed. The contacts will help with your vision, Salazar added. But don't reveal their magical properties to anyone. And write in your journal regularly, Helga suggested. Both to maintain the record of your knowledge and to process your experiences. Harry nodded, throat tight with emotion. I'll remember everything you've taught me. All of it. We know you will, Helga smiled, though tears shimmered in her eyes. A violent tremor shook the sanctuary, and part of the ceiling briefly transformed into the night sky before reverting. The collapse accelerates, Rowena warned. We must act now. The four founders took positions around Harry, extending their hands toward him. Together, they began the incantation that would guide him back to his proper place in the timeline. By Founder's will and magic's grace, return this child to time and space. What was removed shall be restored, the fold released, the path reforged. Magic swirled around Harry, lifting him slightly from the ground. Through the gathering energy, he kept his eyes fixed on the four figures who had changed his life so profoundly. Thank you, he called as the magic intensified. For everything. Until Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Godric replied, raising his hand in farewell. We will be waiting, Rowena added. Though differently than now, Helga reminded him gently. Remember all we've taught you, were Salazar's final words. The magic reached its crescendo, and Harry felt himself being pulled away. The sanctuary blurred around him, colors swirling into a kaleidoscopic tunnel. He caught one final glimpse of the four founders standing together, their expressions a mixture of pride, concern, and affection. Then everything compressed to a single point of light, and Harry Potter found himself back in the cupboard under the stairs at 4, Privet Drive. The transition was so abrupt that for a moment he couldn't breathe, the contrast between the sanctuary's spacious chamber and the cramped cupboard overwhelming. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, he realized that nothing had changed, the same thin mattress, the same dusty shelves, the same spiders in the corners. Yet everything had changed, because he was no longer the same frightened, helpless child who had first called for help. The medallion that had served as his anchor to the timefold lay in his palm, its magic fading rapidly. As he watched, the symbols of the four houses etched on its surface flared briefly with their respective colors, red, blue, yellow, green, then faded to ordinary metal. Harry carefully placed it beneath the loose floorboard along with his other treasures from the sanctuary. Then, closing his eyes, he reached inward to his mindscape, confirming that the mental construct remained intact, the internal echo of the Founder's guidance, preserved within his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Harry Potter faced his cupboard door with new resolve. 3 years remained before his Hogwarts letter would arrive. 3 years of pretending to be an ordinary, slightly unwanted child in a Muggle household. But now he had knowledge, skills, and a purpose that transcended his current circumstances. The Founders had given him far more than magical training, they had given him an understanding of his own worth and potential. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them prepared. Chapter 3, Shadows of Time. The Dursleys never noticed that anything had changed. Not really. Oh, Petunia squinted suspiciously when Harry seemed slightly taller after what should have been just a day locked in his cupboard. Vernon muttered about the boy looking less scrawny than he ought to, after a punishment. But the subtle glamour charm the Founders had taught Harry did its work, dampening their perception just enough that any changes seemed gradual, unremarkable. Harry played his part perfectly. Head down, eyes averted, voice quiet. Yes, Uncle Vernon. No, Aunt Petunia. Sorry, Dudley. The perfect mask of submission while his mind worked at levels they couldn't begin to comprehend. 3 weeks after his return from the timefold, Harry sat cross-legged in his cupboard, eyes closed in perfect meditation. Outside, rain pattered against the windows of number 4 Privet Drive. The Dursleys were watching television, their attention completely absorbed by some mindless game show. Harry sank deeper into his mindscape, navigating the complex architecture he'd built under Salazar's guidance. He moved past his outer defenses, the maze-like barriers that would confuse any legilimens who attempted entry, and toward the central chamber he'd modeled after the Founder's sanctuary. There, waiting as they always were, sat the mental echoes of his 4 mentors. Your occlumency practice has been consistent, noted Salazar's echo approvingly. The structure remained solid. Harry smiled inwardly. These weren't truly the Founders, just sophisticated constructs built from his memories and their teachings. Yet they provided continuity, comfort, and guidance when he needed it most. I have a question about wandless transfiguration, Harry thought. I'm struggling with maintaining complex transformations for extended periods. Rowena's echo responded immediately. Sustained transfiguration requires a different approach to energy distribution. Rather than pushing continually, establish a self-reinforcing pattern. For nearly an hour, Harry remained in deep meditation, consulting the mental echoes about various aspects of his magical practice. When he finally opened his eyes, he felt centered and focused. The cupboard around him was no longer the prison it had once been. Using subtle magic that wouldn't trigger ministry detection, he'd made significant improvements. The mattress, while appearing thin and worn to anyone else, contained compression charms that made it as comfortable as the bed he'd slept in within the sanctuary. The air remained fresh thanks to a circulation charm disguised as a childish paper pinwheel hanging from a nail. The spiders that had once terrified him were now willing allies, enchanted to alert him if anyone approached while he was practicing magic. Harry reached beneath the loose floorboard and retrieved his journal, the special one Rowena had created. To anyone else, it would appear to contain childish drawings and simple sentences appropriate for a 7-year-old. In reality, it held detailed notes on magical theory, practice logs, and observations about the Dursleys' patterns and behaviors. He recorded his latest progress with wandless magic, noting the difficulty with sustained transfiguration. The writing disappeared into the page, organizing itself according to subject matter within the journal's expanded interior. A sudden shout from the living room made Harry freeze. Vernon's voice, rising in anger over something on the television. Harry instinctively strengthened his occlumency shields, a habit developed over years of training. Emotional control was essential around the Dursleys. Accidental magic would raise too many questions. The front door slammed. Heavy footsteps stomped up to the second floor. A door slammed again. The familiar rhythm of Vernon's temper tantrum. Harry sighed, returning his journal to its hiding place. Tonight would require extra caution. Vernon's bad moods typically led to extra chores and reduced food for Harry. Sure enough, moments later Petunia rapped sharply on the cupboard door. "Boy! Come make dinner. Vernon's had a bad day." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry answered, his voice carefully modulated to sound appropriately submissive. In the kitchen, Harry moved with practiced efficiency, preparing a roast with vegetables, Vernon's favorite. As he worked, he subtly wove wandless magic into the food, not enough to be detected, just slight nutritional enhancements to ensure he'd get the vitamins and minerals his growing body needed, even from the meager portion he'd be allowed. "Don't burn the potatoes this time," Petunia snapped, hovering over him like a vulture. "No, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, while mentally adjusting the temperature of the oven with a flick of his magical senses, something no ministry detector would register as formal spellcasting. As he worked, Harry considered his position. 7 months had passed since his return from the timefold. 3 more years remained before his Hogwarts letter would arrive. The waiting felt interminable sometimes, but he'd learned patience from Salazar, determination from Godric, wisdom from Rowena, and resilience from Helga. The Dursleys sat down to dinner without inviting Harry to join them. As expected, Petunia scraped a small portion onto a plate and jerked her head toward the corner of the kitchen. "Eat quickly and clean up." "Thank you, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, accepting the plate with apparent gratitude. He ate standing in the corner, observing the Dursleys with detached interest. The subtle enhancements he'd worked into the food meant his small portion would provide nearly the nutrition of a full meal. Vernon complained about work, Petunia gossiped about neighbors, and Dudley demanded more dessert. The predictable routine of it all almost made Harry smile. They had no idea who really lived among them, what he was capable of, what he knew. That night, after finishing the dishes and being locked back in his cupboard, Harry sat in the darkness and raised his hand. With a simple thought, a small ball of light appeared floating above his palm, wandless, silent, and undetectable by the ministry. 3 more years, he whispered to himself. Just 3 more years. The playground was empty except for Harry, who sat alone on a swing, gently pushing himself back and forth. School had ended an hour ago, and Dudley and his gang were busy terrorizing kids at the corner store. These moments of solitude were precious, opportunities to practice subtle aspects of his abilities without observation. Harry focused on a fallen leaf several feet away. With careful concentration, he caused it to rise slowly from the ground and dance in a small circle before settling back down. Anyone passing by would attribute the movement to a gentle breeze, but there was no wind today. "That's a neat trick." Harry's head snapped up, his concentration breaking immediately. A girl about his age stood nearby, watching him with curious eyes. She had bushy brown hair and slightly large front teeth. Something about her felt different. Familiar somehow, though he was certain they'd never met. I wasn't doing anything, Harry said automatically, his mind racing. Had she actually seen him use magic? Or was she referring to something else? The girl tilted her head. The leaf. It was moving in a circle. She stepped closer, studying him with intense interest. How did you do that? Harry maintained his occlumency shields, keeping his expression neutral. Must have been the wind. There's no wind, she pointed out logically. And it moved in a perfect circle. She extended her hand. I'm Hermione Granger. My family just moved here. Harry hesitated before shaking her hand. Harry Potter. Something flickered across Hermione's face at the name, a brief flash of recognition. But that was impossible. She was clearly Muggle-born, with no knowledge of his fame in the wizarding world. Unless a memory surfaced from the timefold, one of the temporal glimpses they'd witnessed. A bushy-haired girl in Hogwarts robes, speaking rapidly about books and spells. Could this be the same person? Do you? Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. Do strange things ever happen around you? Things you can't explain? Hermione's eyes widened slightly. She glanced around the empty playground before leaning closer. Sometimes books move to my hand without me touching them. And once when a boy was mean to me, his shoelaces tied themselves together. She bit her lip. My parents say I have an overactive imagination. Harry felt a surge of excitement. This was definitely a young witch, one who would likely be in his year at Hogwarts. And if the temporal glimpses were accurate, potentially an important ally. You're not imagining it, he said quietly. But we shouldn't talk about it here. Hermione looked disappointed. You think I'm crazy too? No, Harry said firmly. I think you're special. Like me. He allowed a small spark of magic to dance briefly across his fingertips, just enough to make his point without creating a detectable magical signature. Hermione gasped. How did you? Can you teach me? Harry smiled. Not exactly. It's something you're born with. But someday someone will come and explain everything to you and your parents. He wasn't supposed to reveal the existence of the wizarding world to Muggleborns, that was the Ministry's job, but he couldn't let this potential friend think she was alone or crazy. When? She asked eagerly. When you're 11, Harry replied. That's when they usually come. Hermione looked like she had 1,000 questions, but before she could ask any of them, a woman's voice called from across the street. Hermione. Time to come home. That's my mum, Hermione said regretfully. Will you be here tomorrow? Harry nodded. I come here most days after school. Dudley, my cousin, doesn't like this park. I'll see you tomorrow then, she promised, before running toward her mother. Harry watched her go, a strange feeling settling in his chest. This was his first real interaction with someone his own age that hadn't been colored by Dudley's influence or the Dursleys' lies about him. And not just anyone, a witch who might someday be his classmate at Hogwarts. As he walked home, Harry reflected on the encounter. The founders had always emphasized the importance of allies and connections. Hermione clearly had a sharp mind, perhaps a future Ravenclaw. And making contact now, before either of them officially entered the wizarding world, could prove valuable. But he would need to be careful. Revealing too much too soon could cause complications. Strategic relationship building, he murmured to himself, hearing Salazar's echo in his mind. Reveal only what serves your purpose. Harry's friendship with Hermione developed cautiously over the following weeks. They met regularly at the playground, sometimes talking about their strange abilities, sometimes just discussing books or complaining about school. Harry was careful never to reveal too much, nothing about the wizarding world structure, nothing about his fame or history, and certainly nothing about the founders and his training. He simply confirmed that what she experienced was real, that others like them existed, and that explanations would come when she turned 11. "It's so frustrating," Hermione complained one afternoon as they sat beneath a tree. "Knowing something important is waiting but not being able to learn about it yet." Harry smiled sympathetically. "I know. But there are rules about when and how people find out." "How did you find out early?" she asked, fixing him with her direct gaze. Harry had prepared for this question. "I have a relative who's like us. They explained some things, but made me promise not to share too much." It wasn't entirely a lie, the founders were a sort of magical family to him, even if not by blood. Hermione accepted this with a nod. "Do you think we'll go to the same school? When we're 11? "I hope so," Harry said honestly. "It would be nice to know someone there already." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Dudley and his gang, who'd apparently decided the playground wasn't beneath their notice today. "Look!" Dudley shouted, pointing. "The freak's got a girlfriend." Harry tensed, rising to his feet. Hermione stood beside him, her expression defiant. "Ignore them," Harry muttered. "They're not worth it." But Dudley and his friends were already surrounding them, pushing and shoving. "Whatcha talking about with the bucktooth girl, Potter?" Piers Polkiss sneered. "Planning your freaky wedding?" Harry felt anger rising but controlled it carefully. Using magic against Dudley would create more problems than it solved. But as Malcolm shoved Hermione, causing her to stumble, Harry's control slipped momentarily. A branch from the tree above suddenly dropped, landing directly between Dudley and Harry. The boys jumped back, startled. "What the dash?" Dudley looked up at the tree, then narrowed his eyes at Harry. "You did something." "It's just a fallen branch, Dudley," Harry said calmly. "Trees do that sometimes." But Dudley wasn't buying it. "You're doing your freaky stuff again. Dad said if you did anything weird, you'd be locked up for a week." Harry maintained his composure, though internally he was calculating options. He could easily handle Dudley and his friends with subtle magic, but exposure would be problematic. Better to retreat strategically. "Come on," he said to Hermione, taking her hand. "Let's go." They turned to leave, but Dudley grabbed Harry's shoulder. "Where do you think you're going, freak?" What happened next occurred so quickly that even Harry was surprised. As Dudley's hand made contact, a small pulse of protective magic, a reflex developed during Godric's combat training, activated. Dudley yelped and jerked his hand back as if shocked. You. Dudley sputtered, his face reddening. "I'm telling Dad." "We should run," Harry told Hermione, and they took off across the playground, Dudley's gang in pursuit. Harry could have easily outpaced them all, his physical training with Godric had given him speed and stamina far beyond normal children his age, but he matched his pace to Hermione's, guiding her through streets and alleyways until they lost their pursuers. "That was close," Hermione gasped, leaning against a wall to catch her breath. "What did you do to your cousin?" "He acted like he got shocked." Harry frowned. "I didn't mean to do anything. Sometimes it just happens when I feel threatened." "Like accidental magic," Hermione said thoughtfully. "I've done that too." Harry nodded, though what had happened wasn't precisely accidental. The protective pulse was one of several defensive measures Godric had trained into his muscle memory, magical reflexes designed to activate under threat without conscious thought. "I should go home," Harry said, glancing at the sky. "Dudley will tell his parents, and it'll be worse if I'm late." Hermione looked concerned. "Will you be okay? They don't hurt you, do they?" "They just yell and take away meals," Harry said with a practiced shrug. "Nothing I'm not used to." Hermione's expression darkened. "That's not right, Harry. My parents could talk to them, or we could tell a teacher dash." "No," Harry interrupted firmly. "That would make it worse. Trust me." He'd considered using his knowledge to improve his situation with the Dursleys more dramatically, even contemplated subtle compulsion charms to make them treat him better. But Salazar had warned against such tactics. Magic used to control others, even for seemingly justified ends, creates dangerous dependencies and ethical complications, he'd cautioned. Find other solutions. So Harry had settled for small improvements, enough to ensure his health and basic comfort, but not enough to fundamentally change his relationship with the Dursleys. Better to endure until Hogwarts than risk magical or ministry intervention that might reveal his abilities. I'll see you tomorrow, if I can get away, Harry promised Hermione. Don't worry about me. As expected, Vernon was purple-faced with rage when Harry returned to Privet Drive. Making things happen to Dudley. He bellowed the moment Harry stepped through the door. Abnormal behavior in public. Harry stood quietly, face impassive, occlumency shields firmly in place. This was nothing new, Vernon's tirades were predictable and ultimately meaningless. It was just static electricity, Uncle Vernon, Harry said when the man paused for breath. From the playground equipment. I didn't do anything. Liar. Vernon shouted, spit flying from his mouth. Dudley knows what you did. Your freakishness. Just like your good-for-nothing parents. Harry felt a flicker of anger at the insult to his parents but suppressed it instantly. I'm sorry you feel that way, Uncle Vernon, he said, his voice deliberately calm. His lack of fear or reaction seemed to confuse Vernon momentarily. The man was used to Harry cowering, to seeing terror in his eyes. This composed child before him didn't fit the pattern. 1 week in your cupboard. Vernon finally sputtered. No meals. Maybe that'll knock the freakishness out of you. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied, heading to his cupboard without argument. He heard the locks click into place behind him. Once alone, Harry smiled slightly. A week in the cupboard meant a week without chores, and he had plenty of preserved food hidden beneath the floorboard. Plus, it would give him uninterrupted time to practice and study. He retrieved some dried fruit from his stash, part of what Helga had prepared for him before he left the timefold. Then he settled into comfortable meditation, reinforcing his mental shields after the emotional confrontation. Within his mindscape, he consulted the founder echoes about the day's events. The accidental magic with Dudley is concerning, Rowena's echo noted. While minor, any pattern of magical incidents around Muggles could draw ministry attention. It wasn't entirely accidental, Harry admitted. It was the protective reflex Godric taught me. Ah, Godric's echo responded. The body memory of the shield charm. Effective, but yes, potentially problematic in your current situation. I recommend additional control exercises, Salazar's echo suggested. Focus on dampening the automatic responses while maintaining their availability for true threats. Harry absorbed their guidance, though he couldn't help noticing that the echoes seemed slightly less distinct than they had been months ago. Their responses remained accurate to the founder's teachings, but something of the personality, the spark that had made each of them unique, was fading. It was an expected loss. Rowena had warned him that the mental echoes would gradually simplify over time, but it saddened him nonetheless. Another connection to his mentors slowly disappearing. After his meditation, Harry practiced small wandless charms in the darkness of his cupboard, levitating dust motes in complex patterns, transforming a splinter of wood into a tiny figurine and back again, creating small illusions that danced across the walls. His control had improved significantly since leaving the sanctuary. Without the founder's direct guidance, he'd been forced to develop his own methods, to understand his magic more intuitively. In some ways, the limitations of his environment had become advantages, teaching him subtlety, precision, and economy of magical effort. On the third day of his confinement, something unusual happened. Harry was deep in concentration, practicing a particularly delicate transfiguration, when the air around him seemed to shimmer. The familiar walls of his cupboard flickered, briefly replaced by stone walls lined with portraits. Harry froze, his heart racing. A temporal fluctuation, like those they'd experienced in the timefold before its collapse. But that should be impossible now that he was back in the normal timeline. The moment passed quickly, the cupboard solidifying around him again. But the experience left him shaken. According to Rowena, the timefold should have fully reintegrated with the normal timeline upon its collapse. There shouldn't be any lingering temporal effects. Unless something had gone wrong with the transition. Or unless his extensive exposure to time magic had somehow affected him permanently. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his magical senses, searching for any irregularity in his core or aura. Everything seemed normal, except, there. A faint resonance, like an echo of the timefold's magic, still attached to his own magical signature. Fascinating, he whispered. The fold left a trace. He recorded the experience in his journal that night, describing the fluctuation and his theories about its cause. If it happened again, he would need to study it more carefully. The temporal fluctuations continued over the following months, brief, unpredictable moments when reality seemed to shift around Harry. Sometimes he glimpsed Hogwarts corridors, sometimes unfamiliar locations that might be from his future. Occasionally he caught glimpses of people, a tall red-haired boy, a stern-looking woman with a tight bun of hair, and most frequently, an older version of Hermione. Harry documented each occurrence meticulously, searching for patterns. The fluctuations seemed to increase in frequency when he was practicing particularly complex magic or during deep meditation. They never lasted more than a few seconds, and no one else ever seemed to notice them happening. His friendship with Hermione deepened during this time. He was careful never to reveal too much about magic or the wizarding world, but he did help her gain better control over her accidental magic through simplified versions of the exercises Rowena had taught him. It's like a muscle, he explained as they sat hidden in a corner of the school library. The more you practice controlling it, the less it happens by accident. But how did you learn this? Hermione asked, successfully making a pencil roll across the table with just her concentration. Your relative couldn't have taught you all this. Harry shrugged. I read a lot. And I experiment. It wasn't technically a lie, he had done extensive reading in the Founder's library. But he could see Hermione wasn't entirely convinced. Sometimes I feel like you know much more than you're telling me, she said shrewdly. Everyone has secrets, Harry replied with a small smile. Even you. Hermione looked surprised. I don't keep secrets from you. You haven't told me that you've been reading university-level physics books trying to understand how magic might work scientifically, Harry pointed out. He'd noticed the advanced books in her bag weeks ago. Hermione blushed. That's different. I need explanations for things. Scientific explanations. You might be disappointed, Harry warned gently. Magic often defies conventional physics. We'll see, Hermione said with determination that made Harry smile. Her thirst for knowledge reminded him of Rowena. As his 8th birthday approached, his actual chronological birthday, though he felt nearly 10 after his time in the fold, Harry noticed the Dursleys beginning to treat him differently. Not better, exactly, but with a certain wariness. Vernon yelled less, Petunia assigned fewer chores, and even Dudley seemed hesitant to bully him directly. Harry realized his composed demeanor and lack of visible fear was unsettling to them. They were used to a frightened, submissive child, not this self-possessed boy who met their anger with calm detachment. It was an unexpected benefit of his occlumency training, his emotional control made him seem unknowable to them, and what they couldn't understand, they began to avoid. This gradual shift allowed Harry more freedom. He was locked in his cupboard less frequently, given more time to himself after finishing chores, and even permitted occasional library visits since they got him out of the house. He used this freedom strategically, continuing to build his friendship with Hermione while also exploring little whinging for signs of magical presence. According to the Founders, most magical communities had at least some wizard or witch living nearby to monitor for magical children or incidents. Harry eventually identified Mrs. Fig, the cat-loving old woman who occasionally watched him when the Dursleys went out, as a likely candidate. She wasn't a witch, her home lacked the subtle magical signatures he'd learned to detect, but there was something not quite muggle about her. A squib, Probably, as Salazar had suggested years ago. This discovery reinforced his caution about using obvious magic. If Mrs. Figg was reporting to Dumbledore as they suspected, any unusual abilities Harry displayed might be noted and questioned when he eventually arrived at Hogwarts. 2 years after his return from the timefold, Harry's life had settled into a careful balance. Now 9 years old chronologically, though with the subjective experience of nearly 12, he had established routines that allowed him to maintain his magical practice while appearing ordinary to the outside world. The Dursleys had gradually shifted from active mistreatment to nervous avoidance. Harry prepared meals, maintained the garden, and performed basic household tasks without complaint, and in return, they mostly left him alone. He was still given Dudley's cast-offs for clothing and the smallest portions at meals, but outright abuse had dwindled to occasional angry outbursts from Vernon when something went wrong at work. Harry's friendship with Hermione had become the brightest part of his Muggle life. They spent hours together at the library or in quiet corners of parks, discussing books, practicing subtle control exercises, and speculating about the magical world Hermione would officially learn about when she turned 11. The temporal fluctuations continued, though less frequently. Harry had developed techniques to stabilize his perception when they occurred, even managing to extend some of the glimpses by carefully channeling his magic to resonate with the temporal energy. During one such extended glimpse, he found himself seemingly standing in the Hogwarts Great Hall during a meal. Students sat at 4 long tables, chatting and eating. At the staff table, he recognized Dumbledore from descriptions, along with several other teachers. No one seemed to notice Harry's presence. These weren't interactive events but more like windows into potential futures. As he concentrated on maintaining the glimpse, he spotted himself sitting at what must be the Gryffindor table, based on the red and gold decorations. Beside him sat the red-haired boy he'd glimpsed before, and across from them, Hermione. The three appeared to be in deep conversation, leaning close and speaking urgently. Harry wished he could hear what they were discussing, but the temporal glimpses were visual only. As the scene began to fade, he noticed something else. At the Slytherin table, a pale blonde boy was watching his future self with obvious hatred. When the glimpse ended and Harry found himself back in his bedroom, he'd been moved out of the cupboard after a particularly effective bout of subtle suggestion magic aimed at Petunia. He immediately recorded the details in his journal. The temporal glimpses were becoming increasingly useful as previews of his future at Hogwarts, helping him identify potential allies and enemies. The red-haired boy appeared frequently enough that Harry suspected he would be an important friend. The blonde Slytherin boy showed up often as well, almost always in an antagonistic context. Most importantly, Hermione appeared in nearly every Hogwarts glimpse, usually at Harry's side, confirmation that their friendship would continue into the wizarding world. This gave Harry a sense of continuity that he found comforting. As his magic continued to develop, Harry found certain areas came more naturally than others. Defensive magic remained his strongest suit, shields, protective enchantments, and counterspells flowed almost effortlessly. Elemental magic, particularly air and fire manipulation, also came easily. Transfiguration remained his most challenging discipline, requiring intense concentration for even moderate effects. He practiced diligently, following the structured approach Rowena had established. Each morning began with meditation and occlumency reinforcement, followed by magical theory study from memory, since he couldn't access actual spellbooks. Afternoons, when not occupied with chores or school, were devoted to practical wandless magic, and evenings to review and journal writing. Without the Founder's direct guidance, Harry had developed his own methods for tracking progress and identifying areas needing improvement. His journal had evolved into a comprehensive record of his magical development, with sections dedicated to different disciplines, observations about the temporal fluctuations, and plans for his eventual entry into the wizarding world. The mental echoes of the Founders continued to fade gradually. While still accessible during deep meditation, they had simplified to core principles and teaching methods rather than the distinct personalities Harry had known. He mourned this loss but understood it was inevitable. The echoes had always been temporary, a bridge between his time in the sanctuary and his independent growth. Adaptation is the essence of survival, Salazar had taught him. What cannot be preserved must be transformed. 10 months before Harry's 11th birthday, a significant temporal fluctuation occurred while he was deep in meditation. Unlike the typical brief glimpses, this one persisted for several minutes and felt different, more substantial, as if he were actually present rather than merely observing. He found himself standing in what appeared to be the Hogwarts headmaster's office, based on descriptions from the founders. Dumbledore sat behind a massive desk, his expression grave as he spoke to a severe-looking witch in emerald robes. "Concerns about the boy's home situation, Albus," the witch was saying. "Arabella's report suggests I understand your concerns, Minerva," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "But the blood protection remains essential. Harry must return to his aunt's home each summer to maintain the wards." Harry felt a surge of interest. They were discussing him, and confirming the founder's suspicions about Mrs. Figg reporting to Dumbledore. "At least let me visit," the witch, Minerva, insisted. "Assess the situation myself." "That would draw unwanted attention," Dumbledore replied. "Both from the ministry and from those who might wish the boy harm. No, it's better that Harry remain completely separated from our world until it's time for him to attend Hogwarts." Minerva pressed her lips into a thin line. "And his letter? Will you be delivering it personally, given the circumstances?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I believe Hagrid would be the appropriate choice. Harry should be introduced to our world by someone who knew and loved his parents, someone who can convey the wonder of magic without the political complexities." "Hagrid is hardly objective about certain matters," Minerva pointed out. "His loyalty to you is precisely why he's suitable," Dumbledore finished with a gentle smile. "Harry will have many influences at Hogwarts, Minerva. His initial impression of our world should be one of wonder and welcome, not caution and complexity." Before Harry could hear more, the fluctuation ended, and he found himself back in his bedroom, heart racing with the implications of what he'd overheard. The conversation confirmed several things. Dumbledore knew about his treatment at the Dursleys but considered the blood protection more important. Someone named Hagrid would deliver his Hogwarts letter, and Dumbledore was deliberately orchestrating Harry's introduction to the wizarding world. Strategic information control, Harry murmured to himself, hearing Salazar's teachings echo in his mind. Shaping perceptions through controlled first impressions. This glimpse was particularly valuable. It gave Harry advance knowledge of Dumbledore's plans, allowing him to prepare accordingly. If Hagrid was loyal to Dumbledore and likely to present a specific narrative, Harry would need to appear receptive while maintaining his own judgment. He recorded the experience in detail in his journal, adding it to his growing collection of intelligence about the wizarding world he would soon enter. The closer his 11th birthday came, the more frequent and relevant the temporal glimpses became, almost as if the magic was preparing him for the transition ahead. 6 months before his birthday, Harry had another significant encounter. He was at the local library with Hermione when the air around him shimmered slightly, the now familiar sign of an approaching temporal fluctuation. "Harry?" Hermione asked, noticing his sudden stillness. "Are you okay?" "Fine," he managed, bracing himself. "Just felt a bit dizzy for a second." The fluctuation hit before she could respond. The library around them remained visible, but overlaid on it was another scene, what appeared to be a different library, much larger, with floating candles and towering bookshelves. And there, sitting at a table surrounded by books, were older versions of himself and Hermione, perhaps 15 or 16 years old. They were leaning close, examining an ancient-looking tome together. The older Harry pointed to something on the page, and the older Hermione's face lit up with excitement. She impulsively hugged him, and the older Harry's expression in response was one of unmistakable affection. The fluctuation faded quickly, the normal library solidifying around him again. Harry blinked, processing what he'd just seen. "Are you sure you're okay?" Hermione asked, looking concerned. "You went completely still for a moment." "I'm fine," Harry assured her, though his mind was racing. Just lost in thought. This glimpse had been different from the others, more personal, showing not a critical event but a quiet moment between friends. And the look on his future self's face. Harry had seen enough temporal glimpses to understand they showed possibilities, not certainties. But this one felt significant somehow, a reminder that his future might hold more than just conflict and danger. That connections with others, with Hermione specifically, might become even more important than they already were. "Harry, you're staring at me," Hermione pointed out, looking both puzzled and amused. "Sorry," he said quickly. "I was just thinking. I'm really glad we're friends." Hermione smiled, surprised by the sudden sentiment. "I am too." "But what brought that on?" Harry shrugged. "Just thinking about next year. We'll both be 11, and things might change." "You mean when we get our letters?" Hermione said quietly, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. They'd established their own code for discussing magical matters in public. "Do you think we'll still be friends? At the new school?" "I'm certain of it," Harry said with conviction. "I think we'll be friends for a very long time." As his 11th birthday approached, Harry intensified his preparations. The temporal fluctuations had provided valuable glimpses of potential challenges he might face at Hogwarts, and he organized this intelligence methodically, developing contingency plans for different scenarios. He was particularly concerned about the repeated glimpses involving Voldemort in various forms, possessing a professor, emerging from a diary, returning through some kind of ritual. These consistent elements across multiple potential futures suggested that the Dark Wizard's return was highly probable, if not inevitable. During a rare moment alone at home, Harry consulted the fading echoes of the Founders within his mindscape. "The temporal glimpses suggest Voldemort will attempt to return during my first year at Hogwarts," he thought, addressing the mental constructs. "Possibly using a professor as a host. Physical possession requires significant magical power," Rowena's echo responded. "But is easier with a willing host or one with weakened mental defenses. Look for signs of behavioral changes in faculty," Salazar's echo advised. "Possession typically manifests through subtle personality shifts before physical symptoms appear. Be prepared but not paranoid," Godric's echo cautioned. "Hypervigilance can blind you to unexpected threats by focusing too narrowly on anticipated ones. And remember that you won't face these challenges alone," Helga's echo added. "The glimpses consistently show you with friends and allies." Harry absorbed their guidance, though the echoes were now significantly simplified from their original versions. After nearly 4 years, they had faded to core principles rather than personality-driven responses. Still valuable, but lacking the warmth and complexity of his actual interactions with the Founders in the timefold. 3 months before his birthday, Harry began experiencing a new phenomenon, dreams that felt connected to the temporal fluctuations. Unlike normal dreams, these had a clarity and consistency that suggested they might be accessing the same potential futures as the waking glimpses. In one particularly vivid dream, he found himself in a long, dark chamber dominated by massive stone pillars carved with serpents. At the far end stood an enormous statue of a wizard's face. Between the pillars lay what appeared to be a small, still form with bright red hair. As Dream Harry approached, he saw a tall, handsome teenage boy standing over the body, seeming to become more solid as the red-haired person grew paler. "She won't wake," the boy said, his voice oddly hollow. "She's still alive, but only just." Dream Harry somehow knew this was Tom Riddle, a younger version of Voldemort, and that the red-haired figure was someone important to him, someone he needed to save. When he woke, Harry immediately recorded the dream in his journal, adding it to his collection of potential future events. The chamber was clearly Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, based on descriptions he'd heard during his training. The red-haired person was likely connected to the red-haired boy who frequently appeared in his glimpses as a friend. These dream glimpses provided additional context for the challenges ahead, reinforcing Harry's determination to enter Hogwarts fully prepared. He spent hours reviewing everything the Founders had taught him, practicing his wandless magic whenever he could do so safely, and strengthening his occlumency shields in anticipation of meeting wizards capable of legilimency. 2 months before his birthday, Harry took Hermione aside during one of their library sessions. "There's something I need to tell you," he said quietly. Something important. Hermione looked at him expectantly. About magic? About me, Harry clarified. In the wizarding world, the world you'll be entering soon, my name is known. People will recognize it. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? Are your parents famous or something? In a way, Harry said carefully. But it's more about me, specifically. When I was a baby, something happened, something that made me famous. I didn't do anything special, but people think I did. Harry, you're not making sense, Hermione said with frustration. What happened? Harry took a deep breath. I can't tell you everything yet, there are rules, and you'll learn the full story soon enough. But I wanted to warn you that when we get to Hogwarts, people will act strangely around me. They'll have expectations. Some will want to be my friend just because of who they think I am. Hermione studied him for a long moment. But I'm your friend because you're you, she said simply. Because you understood what was happening to me when no one else did. Because you're kind and smart and interesting. Harry smiled, feeling an unexpected surge of emotion. Exactly. And that's why I wanted to tell you this now, before all the complications. So you'd know that whatever you hear about me later, us being friends because we choose to be, this is real. Hermione nodded seriously. I understand. Or at least, I think I do. She gave him a small smile. You can be quite mysterious sometimes, Harry Potter. I have my reasons, he replied with a slight smile. You'll understand them soon enough. In the final weeks before his birthday, Harry focused on practical preparations. Using subtle wandless magic, he created a hidden compartment in his bedroom wall where he could store his most important possessions, the journal, the focusing bracelet Godric had given him, Salazar's enchanted contacts, and other items from the timefold. He also prepared mentally for meeting Hagrid, who would apparently deliver his Hogwarts letter. Based on the overheard conversation between Dumbledore and McGonagall, Hagrid was loyal to Dumbledore and would likely present a specific narrative about the wizarding world. Harry planned to appear appropriately surprised and ignorant while carefully noting any biases or omissions in the information provided. The temporal fluctuations had increased dramatically as his birthday approached, sometimes occurring multiple times daily. Many showed brief scenes from what appeared to be his first year at Hogwarts, flying on a broomstick during what looked like a Quidditch match, confronting a troll in a bathroom, navigating through a series of magical challenges with Hermione and the red-haired boy. One particularly significant glimpse showed Harry facing Professor Quirrell, who unwrapped his turban to reveal Voldemort's face growing from the back of his head. The consistent recurrence of this scenario across multiple glimpses suggested it was highly likely to occur. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry murmured to himself after one such glimpse, catching a detail he'd missed previously. The confrontation appeared to take place in a chamber containing a distinctive mirror and what Quirrell/Voldemort referred to as the Stone. Harry researched the Philosopher's Stone in his memories of the Founder's teachings. Rowena had mentioned it, a legendary alchemical object created by Nicholas Flamel that could turn base metals to gold and produce the elixir of life. If Voldemort sought such an object, it would likely be to regain a physical body. This insight helped Harry connect several glimpses into a coherent narrative. Voldemort, currently existing as a wraith, would possess Professor Quirrell and attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, presumably being kept at Hogwarts for safekeeping. Harry and his friends would somehow become involved and ultimately confront the possessed professor. Armed with this foreknowledge, Harry could prepare accordingly, brushing up on his defensive magic, researching Quirrell's background and teaching style, and being alert for signs of possession once at Hogwarts. The week of his birthday arrived with mounting anticipation. Harry had explained to Hermione that he might be unavailable for a few days, as this was when he expected to receive his official introduction to the wizarding world. "Will I get mine soon too?" she asked eagerly. "Probably," Harry nodded. Muggle-born students, those born to non-magical parents, usually get a visit from a professor who explains everything to their families. "And then we'll go get supplies? Spellbooks and wands and everything?" Diagon Alley, Harry confirmed, allowing himself to share this small detail. It's the Wizarding shopping district in London. Hidden from Muggles, of course. Hermione's eyes shone with excitement. It all feels real suddenly. Not just theories and strange occurrences, but an actual world we're about to join. It is real, Harry assured her. And amazing. But also complicated, with its own problems and prejudices. Not everyone will be welcoming to Muggleborns. Because they think we don't belong? Hermione asked shrewdly. Some do, Harry nodded. But they're wrong. Magic chooses who it chooses, regardless of ancestry. And you'll prove yourself quickly enough. The night before his birthday, Harry lay awake in his bedroom, too wired to sleep. Tomorrow would mark the official beginning of his return to the Wizarding world, the world he'd been preparing to navigate for nearly 4 years since leaving the timefold. He mentally reviewed his strategy. With Hagrid, he would play the part of an abused, ignorant child learning about magic for the first time, not difficult, as it was essentially the truth of what would have happened without the Founder's intervention. He would ask questions, express appropriate wonder, and absorb whatever information Hagrid provided while noting any obvious biases or omissions. When purchasing his supplies, he would follow Hagrid's lead but pay careful attention to his own magical responses to wands, books, and other items. His wandless abilities were well developed, but a proper wand would significantly amplify his power, though he would need to be careful not to reveal the extent of his existing knowledge and control. Most importantly, he would begin establishing his public persona, the person the Wizarding world would see. Not the full extent of his abilities and knowledge, but enough to position himself advantageously from the beginning. The abused, ignorant child would quickly give way to an eager, modestly talented student with a natural affinity for defense and a deep curiosity about his family and heritage. As midnight approached, Harry felt a strange sensation, not quite a temporal fluctuation but similar. The air around him seemed to thicken, as if reality itself were holding its breath. In his mind, he heard the faint echo of Rowena's voice, "Time pivots on critical moments, Harry. Your 11th birthday marks such a juncture, the official beginning of your magical education." When the clock in the hallway chimed midnight, Harry Potter smiled in the darkness. "Happy birthday to me," he whispered. "Let the game begin." A tremendous boom on the front door made Harry sit up in bed. He'd been dozing lightly, not expecting Hagrid to arrive until morning. The Dursleys had fled to a ramshackle hut on a rock in the sea, a desperate attempt to escape the increasingly numerous Hogwarts letters, and Harry had pretended to be just as confused by the letters as they were. Another boom echoed through the hut. Harry heard Uncle Vernon stumbling down the stairs, shotgun in hand. "Who's there?" Vernon shouted. "I warn you, I'm armed." The door splintered off its hinges and crashed to the floor. In the doorway stood an enormous figure, Hagrid, exactly as Harry had glimpsed in several temporal fluctuations. Massive beard, moleskin overcoat, eyes crinkled in a smile beneath wild eyebrows. "Couldn't make us a cup o' tea, could ya? It's not been an easy journey." The giant squeezed into the hut, replaced the door, and turned to face the cowering Dursleys. Harry watched the scene unfold, carefully maintaining his expression of shock and confusion while inwardly assessing the situation. Hagrid was exactly as the glimpses had shown, friendly, somewhat careless with his strength, and clearly fond of Harry based on his immediate reaction upon spotting him. "And here's Harry!" Hagrid exclaimed. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mom's eyes." Harry allowed genuine emotion to show on his face at the mention of his parents. Despite all his training and preparation, he still knew frustratingly little about James and Lily Potter as people. "You knew my parents?" he asked eagerly. What followed was familiar from multiple temporal glimpses: Hagrid's outrage that Harry knew nothing about magic or his parents, Vernon's blustering attempts to prevent the truth from being revealed, and finally the momentous words, "Harry, you're a wizard." Harry feigned appropriate shock and disbelief, asking questions he already knew the answers to, reacting with wonder to each new revelation. It was surprisingly easy to play this role. Part of him still remembered the genuine amazement he'd felt when the Founders first contacted him all those years ago. When Hagrid mentioned Voldemort, or rather, didn't mention him directly, calling him, you-know-who, Harry paid particular attention. The narrative Hagrid presented was accurate in broad strokes but simplified. Harry's survival was portrayed as completely mysterious, with no mention of his mother's sacrifice creating magical protection, something the Founders had explained in detail. Most interestingly, Hagrid's absolute reverence for Dumbledore became immediately apparent. Great man, Dumbledore. Greatest wizard of modern times. Took me in and gave me a job when no one else would. Harry filed away these observations while maintaining his facade of innocent curiosity. When Hagrid produced his Hogwarts letter, Harry accepted it with genuine pleasure, despite knowing it was coming. Seeing the official invitation in his hands made everything feel real in a new way. That night, as Hagrid slept on the collapsed sofa and the Dursleys cowered upstairs, Harry lay awake thinking about the day's events. Everything had proceeded almost exactly as the temporal glimpses had shown, confirming his theory that they represented highly probable futures rather than mere possibilities. Tomorrow they would visit Diagon Alley, where Harry would need to be particularly careful. His first public appearance in the wizarding world would establish initial impressions that could be difficult to change later. He would need to appear appropriately awed and ignorant while absorbing as much information as possible about the current state of magical society. Most crucially, he would receive his wand, a moment he'd been anticipating for years. His wandless abilities were impressive for his age, but a properly matched wand would significantly amplify his power. He would need to be careful not to reveal the extent of his prior magical experience when the wand chose him. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry reflected on how far he'd come from the frightened, malnourished child the Founders had discovered in his cupboard. Years of intensive training, careful preparation, and strategic planning had transformed him into something entirely different, a young wizard with knowledge and abilities far beyond what anyone would expect. The wizarding world was expecting the boy who lived, a famous name attached to a child who knew nothing of magic until today. What they would get was something far more complex, a carefully prepared player entering a game he'd been studying for years. The board is set, Harry whispered to himself, echoing one of Salazar's favorite phrases. Let the pieces move. Diagon Alley was exactly as the Founders had described it, yet experiencing it firsthand was still breathtaking. Harry allowed his genuine wonder to show, making his act of first-time amazement entirely convincing to Hagrid, who beamed at his wide-eyed reactions. Their first stop at Gringotts provided Harry with essential information about his financial situation, something the Founders hadn't been able to tell him much about. The mountain of gold in his trust vault was substantial, confirming that money would not be an immediate concern. More intriguing was Hagrid's mysterious retrieval of a small package from Vault 713, what Harry now strongly suspected was the Philosopher's Stone. As they moved through the alley, Harry carefully balanced his act. He asked questions about everything, projecting the image of an eager but ignorant newcomer while absorbing every detail, the social dynamics visible in how people interacted, the current fashions and customs, the political undertones and snippets of overheard conversation. The encounter with Draco Malfoy in Madame Malkin's was particularly valuable. The pale, pointed-faced boy matched exactly with glimpses Harry had seen of a Slytherin student who often appeared as an antagonist. Their brief interaction confirmed the boy's privileged background and prejudiced viewpoints. I really don't think they should let the other sort in, do you? Malfoy had drawled. They're just not the same, they've never been brought up to know our ways. Harry had responded noncommittally, filing away the confirmation of anti-Muggle-born sentiment while noting Malfoy's obvious respect for Slytherin House. This matched the Founders' descriptions of how their houses had evolved over the centuries, with Salazar's house particularly associated with blood purism, despite the Founders' own more nuanced views. The visit to Ollivander's was the moment Harry had been both anticipating and dreading. As a wand-maker with the ability to sense magical signatures, Ollivander might detect Harry's unusual development. Indeed, the moment they entered the shop, the ancient wand-maker's silvery eyes fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. "I've been expecting you, Mr. Potter," he said softly. You have your mother's eyes. What followed was a fascinating process of wand testing, with Harry carefully restraining his magic to prevent any unusually powerful reactions. When he finally held the Holly and Phoenix Feather wand, however, control became nearly impossible. The rush of power was extraordinary, like reuniting with a part of himself he hadn't known was missing. Gold and red sparks shot from the wand tip, and Harry allowed himself a genuine smile of delight while inwardly marveling at the amplification of his already substantial magical abilities. Ollivander's revelation about the wand's brother belonging to Voldemort was something the temporal glimpses hadn't shown him. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. The intensity of Ollivander's gaze made Harry wonder if the wand-maker sensed more than he revealed. Had he detected traces of Harry's advanced magical development? The timefold's lingering signature? Or was this simply his reaction to Harry's famous scar and prophesied defeat of Voldemort as a baby? Whatever the case, Harry left the shop with his wand carefully tucked away, hyper-aware of its resonance with his magic. He would need time alone to properly calibrate his abilities with this new focus, to learn how to moderate his power through the wand to avoid revealing his true capabilities. Their final stop was Flourish and Blots, where Harry strategically selected his required textbooks plus a few additional volumes that would seem reasonable for an eager new student: Hogwarts, a history, modern magical history, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. All would provide useful context about how the wizarding world viewed recent history, including his own role in it. As they ate at the Leaky Cauldron before returning to Privet Drive, Harry asked Hagrid about the houses at Hogwarts, curious to hear how they were currently perceived. Well, Hagrid said thoughtfully, there's Gryffindor, that's where I was, and your parents too. For the brave at heart. Then there's Hufflepuff, full o' loyal, hard-workin' types. Ravenclaws for the clever ones. And Slytherin. Hagrid's expression darkened slightly. Well, there's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. Harry nodded thoughtfully, noting the clear bias against Salazar's house, something the founder had predicted would develop over the centuries. So the houses have different reputations? Yeah, could say that, Hagrid nodded. But don't worry, the sortin' hat'll put ya where ya belong. And I'd bet my last galleon you're a Gryffindor through and through, just like your parents. The expectation was clear: as the boy who lived, Harry was expected to follow in his parents' footsteps. The question was whether to fulfill that expectation or deliberately subvert it. The sorting would be his first major strategic decision at Hogwarts, setting the tone for his entire school career. Back at Privet Drive, Harry spent the remaining month before September 1st deeply engaged in preparation. The Dursleys, thoroughly intimidated by Hagrid's visit, largely left him alone with his new books and supplies. He devoted hours each day to studying the curriculum, comparing the modern textbooks with what the founders had taught him and noting significant differences in theory or approach. With his wand, he practiced in absolute secrecy, learning to modulate his considerable power through this new focus. The Ministry's trace on underage magic would detect wand use, so these sessions were brief and carefully timed, a few seconds of practice when Vernon was operating power tools in the garage, or during the neighborhood's weekly test of the emergency siren, when magical detection might be confused by other energies. Most importantly, he finalized his strategy for Hogwarts. The mental echoes of the founders, though now significantly faded, still provided useful guidance during his deep meditation sessions. The sorting is your first critical choice, Salazar's echo advised. Each house offers different advantages and challenges. Gryffindor would meet expectations and potentially deflect suspicion about your advanced abilities, Rowena's echo noted. Expected excellence is less questioned. Ravenclaw would provide intellectual resources and like-minded peers, Godric's echo countered. But might isolate you from certain social connections glimpsed in potential futures. Consider where you would find true allies, not just advantages, Helga's echo suggested. Your happiness and well-being matter alongside strategic positioning. After much consideration, Harry decided to let the Sorting Hat make its determination based on his true qualities, though he would mentally emphasize certain aspects of his personality depending on which house seemed most advantageous once he'd assessed the current dynamics at Hogwarts. The week before departure, Harry visited Hermione, who was bubbling with excitement after Professor McGonagall's visit and her own trip to Diagon Alley. "It's all real," she exclaimed when they met in the park. "And there are so many books I didn't get to buy yet. Did you know there's a whole magical history we never learned about? Wars and treaties and famous wizards." Harry smiled at her enthusiasm. "I told you it would be amazing." "And you," she said suddenly, fixing him with an accusing stare. "You never told me you were famous. That you defeated some dark wizard as a baby." "There are books about you, Harry." "I tried to warn you," he reminded her. "Remember when I said people would know my name? That I'm famous for something I don't even remember doing?" Hermione's expression softened. "You're right, you did. I just didn't expect, well, people at Flourish and Blots were staring at me when I picked up Modern Magical History and started reading the section about you." "Get used to that," Harry sighed. "It'll be worse for me at Hogwarts. Everyone will have expectations." "Is that why you became friends with me?" Hermione asked suddenly. "Because I didn't know who you were supposed to be?" "Partly," Harry admitted honestly. "But mostly because you're brilliant and interesting and never treated me like I was strange for the things I could do." She smiled at that. "We'll stick together at Hogwarts, right? Even if we're in different houses?" "Absolutely," Harry promised. "Though I have a feeling we might end up in the same one." On September 1st, Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, taking in the controlled chaos of students boarding the Hogwarts Express. Everything matched his temporal glimpses perfectly: the scarlet steam engine, the families saying goodbye, the varied mixture of wizard and muggle attire. He'd arrived deliberately early, having convinced Vernon to drive him to King's Cross with the subtle implication that he might otherwise need to practice magic at Privet Drive. This gave him time to observe the platform dynamics before most students arrived. He noted which families seemed to know each other, which students were clearly returning rather than first years, and most importantly, which families exhibited the aristocratic bearing that suggested old wizarding lineage and potential political connections. When the platform began to fill, Harry boarded the train and selected an empty compartment near the middle. He arranged his things, then sat with one of his textbooks open, presenting the image of an eager student while positioning himself to observe who passed by in the corridor. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" Harry looked up to see a tall, gangly boy with bright red hair standing in the doorway, unmistakably the same boy from numerous temporal glimpses. "No, feel free," Harry replied with a friendly smile. "I'm Harry." "Ron Weasley," the boy introduced himself, struggling to stow his battered trunk. "Blimey, are you really Harry Potter?" And so it began, the expected reaction to his fame, the questions about his scar, the curiosity about whether he remembered anything about the night his parents died. Harry handled it with practiced ease, downplaying his fame while establishing a friendly rapport. When Hermione joined them later, already in her Hogwarts robes and bursting with information about everything she'd read, Harry caught the momentary flash of annoyance on Ron's face. This matched what he'd glimpsed of their early relationship, initial friction before developing a solid friendship. "Oh, are you Harry Potter?" Hermione asked, maintaining their agreed-upon pretense of not knowing each other previously. "I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in Modern Magical History and The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. Am I?" Harry asked, feigning surprise while inwardly amused at Hermione's enthusiastic performance. Their journey continued with more glimpsed moments becoming reality, the trolley lady with her sweets, Neville Longbottom searching for his toad, and finally, the appearance of Draco Malfoy flanked by his two large friends. "They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment," Malfoy said, his pale eyes fixed on Harry with intense interest. "So it's you, is it?" The confrontation played out almost exactly as Harry had foreseen, Malfoy's thinly veiled insult toward Ron, his offer of guidance in making the right sort of friends, and Harry's polite but firm rejection. What the glimpses hadn't conveyed was the flash of genuine hurt in Malfoy's eyes before it was masked by sneering disdain, an interesting detail Harry filed away for future reference. As they approached Hogwarts, Harry gazed out at the castle illuminated against the night sky. Despite everything he'd learned from the Founders, despite all his preparation and the temporal glimpses, the sight still filled him with awe. This was the school the Founders had built, the place where they had once lived and taught, where their portraits still hung. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed beside him. "Yes," Harry agreed quietly. "It's home." Standing in the great hall awaiting the sorting, Harry maintained his facade of nervous excitement while carefully observing everything around him. The enchanted ceiling, the floating candles, the 4 long house tables, all exactly as the Founders had described them, though with centuries of subtle evolution in their details. His attention was particularly drawn to the staff table. Dumbledore sat in the center, exactly as Harry had seen in temporal glimpses, silver-bearded, half-moon spectacles, radiating a calm power that was palpable even from a distance. Beside him sat Professor McGonagall, who had led them in and would conduct the sorting. And there, just as the glimpses had shown, was Professor Quirrell with his distinctive purple turban, housing, if Harry's foreknowledge was correct, the parasitic remains of Voldemort himself. Harry was careful not to make direct eye contact, aware that Voldemort might possess some form of legilimency even in his weakened state. As the sorting hat was placed on the stool, Harry listened with fascination to its song. The descriptions of the houses matched what the Founders had told him, though filtered through centuries of evolving perception. Particularly interesting was how Slytherin was characterized as the house of cunning folk who use any means to achieve their ends, accurate to Salazar's teachings, but with a distinctly more ominous tone than the Founder himself had intended. When McGonagall called Granger, Hermione, Harry watched his friend approach the stool with nervous energy. The hat took nearly a full minute before declaring Gryffindor. Harry noted with interest that this contradicted some of his glimpses, which had shown possibilities of Hermione in Ravenclaw. Perhaps their friendship had already altered certain probabilities. Finally, Potter, Harry, was called, and the hall fell silent as he approached the stool. Whispers broke out immediately. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" As the hat dropped over his eyes, Harry carefully organized his thoughts, keeping his most advanced abilities and knowledge behind strong occlumency shields while presenting the qualities he wanted the hat to consider. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? Oh my, how interesting." Harry tensed slightly as he felt the hat probing deeper than expected, possibly sensing the structures of his occlumency shields. Advanced mental architecture for one so young, the hat mused. Most unusual. And these shields, professionally constructed, I would say. Now who might have taught you such sophisticated magic before arriving at Hogwarts? Harry realized the hat was detecting traces of the Founder's training. He quickly adjusted his shields, allowing the hat access to enough information to make its determination without revealing the full extent of his experiences. "Ah, I see," the hat chuckled. "Well, this is unprecedented. Trained by echoes of the Founders themselves. In all my centuries of sorting, I've never encountered such a situation. Please don't reveal this," Harry thought urgently. "Fear not, young Potter. The sorting is private and sacred. Your secrets remain your own." The hat seemed to consider for another moment. "But where to put you? You have qualities valued by all 4 houses, Slytherin's cunning and ambition, certainly. Ravenclaw's sharp mind and love of learning. Hufflepuff's loyalty and work ethic. And Gryffindor's courage and determination." Harry waited, allowing the hat to deliberate without further influence. "Your path is complex," the hat finally continued. "But given what I see in your mind about the challenges ahead, and considering where you might find the allies glimpsed in your temporal visions, better be Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall, and Harry removed the hat to thunderous applause from the Gryffindor table. As he walked toward his new house, he caught Dumbledore's twinkling gaze briefly and immediately felt a gentle probe against his outer mental shields, not an invasive attempt at legitimacy, but a light, curious touch. Harry maintained his shields while projecting appropriate excitement and happiness, giving nothing away as he joined his fellow Gryffindors. The headmaster's subtle probe confirmed what the founders had warned: Dumbledore would be watching him closely and had no compunctions about using legitimacy, however lightly, on a student. Throughout the feast, Harry played his role perfectly, amazed by the magical food appearance, enthusiastically answering questions about his Muggle upbringing, carefully edited to avoid revealing the worst of the Dursleys' abuse, and expressing appropriate wonder at everything from the ghosts to the enchanted ceiling. When Dumbledore gave his welcoming speech, Harry paid particular attention to the warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits. That would be where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden, confirming another element of his foreknowledge. As they followed Percy Weasley up to Gryffindor Tower, Harry found himself walking beside Neville Longbottom, who still seemed nervous and overwhelmed. "Incredible, isn't it?" Harry said kindly. "I keep thinking I'll wake up and find it was all a dream." "Me too," Neville admitted. "My gran was so proud when I got my letter. The family thought I might be a squib for ages." "Well, the Sorting Hat put you in Gryffindor," Harry pointed out. "So you must have plenty of courage inside you." Neville looked doubtful but managed a small smile. Harry made a mental note to build a friendship with the boy. Several temporal glimpses had shown Neville becoming surprisingly important in later years. Their arrival at Gryffindor Tower brought another wave of déjà vu as the portrait of the fat lady swung open to reveal the cozy common room exactly as Harry had glimpsed it. Red and gold decorations, comfortable armchairs, a crackling fire, all precisely as expected. Finally, exhausted but exhilarated, Harry climbed into his four-poster bed in the first-year boys' dormitory. As Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus fell asleep around him, Harry lay awake, mentally reviewing the day's events and comparing them to his foreknowledge. Everything was proceeding as the temporal glimpses had shown, with minor variations. He had successfully established his public persona, made initial connections with key people, and positioned himself exactly where he needed to be to face the challenges ahead. Most importantly, he was finally at Hogwarts, the school the founders had created, the place where their portraits still hung. Tomorrow, he would begin searching for those portraits, hoping to establish contact with whatever remained of his mentor's consciousness within them. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry felt the castle's magic embracing him, welcoming him home. And somewhere deep in his mind, he could almost hear Godric's voice, "Well done, young lion. The real test begins now." Classes began the next day, and Harry immediately implemented his strategy, performing well enough to be noticed but not so exceptionally as to raise questions about his prior magical education. In Transfiguration, he successfully turned his match into a needle on the third attempt rather than the first, earning an approving nod from Professor McGonagall while allowing Hermione to be the only student to complete the transformation perfectly on her initial try. In Charms, he demonstrated appropriate difficulty with the wand movements while accidentally succeeding when his concentration appeared most intense. Professor Flitwick squeaked with delight at Harry's natural talent, exactly as anticipated. Only in potions did Harry deliberately underperform, aware from temporal glimpses that Professor Snape would target him specifically. When Snape fired rapid questions about Asphodel, Bezoars, and Wolfsbane, Harry provided partially correct answers rather than the complete responses he could have given, allowing Snape to sneer at his celebrity status, while avoiding appearing completely ignorant. Throughout that first week, Harry carefully balanced his performance across all subjects, establishing himself as a solid student with flashes of talent rather than the magical prodigy he actually was. Meanwhile, he spent every free moment exploring the castle, memorizing its layout, and most importantly, searching for the founders' portraits. He found Godric's portrait first, hanging in a seldom-used corridor on the third floor. Heart-pounding, Harry approached the sleeping figure in the frame. "Godric Gryffindor," he said softly. The painted figure stirred, opening his eyes and focusing on Harry with mild curiosity. "A young lion comes to visit," the portrait said, his voice similar to but distinctly less vibrant than the Godric Harry had known in the timefold. "What brings you to this forgotten corridor, boy?" Harry's heart sank slightly at the lack of recognition in the portrait's eyes. "I'm Harry Potter, sir. I wondered if you might remember me." Godric's painted brow furrowed. "Remember you? I don't believe we've met before, young Potter, though your name is known to me. The child who survived the killing curse, yes." Harry nodded, disappointed but not surprised. The founders had warned him that their portrait versions would retain only fragments of memory from the timefold experience. "Sir, does the phrase, timefold contingency, mean anything to you?" Harry asked, hoping to trigger some recognition. For a moment, Godric's expression remained blank. Then something flickered in his painted eyes, a brief spark of recognition quickly fading. "Strange, for a moment, I almost." The portrait shook his head. "No, I'm afraid it means nothing to me, though the words seem to echo somehow." Over the following weeks, Harry located and spoke with each of the founders' portraits. Each interaction followed a similar pattern: initial non-recognition, followed by fleeting moments of almost remembering when Harry mentioned specific details from their time together. Rowena's portrait found him curiously familiar, and showed interest in his advanced understanding of magical theory. Helga's smiled warmly at him without knowing why she felt such affection. Salazar's regarded him with puzzled intensity, noting that Harry spoke Parseltongue, with an accent reminiscent of my own teaching. These fragments were all that remained of his deep connection with the founders. It was both painful and expected. They had warned him this would happen, that the timefold experience would be largely lost to their portrait selves. Yet Harry persisted in visiting them, sharing details of his classes and experiences. With each visit, the portraits seemed to connect more dots, retrieving small pieces of memory from the timefold. It wasn't the same, would never be the same, but it provided a tenuous continuation of the guidance that had shaped him so profoundly. Meanwhile, Harry carefully navigated the challenges of first-year life at Hogwarts. He built friendships with Ron and Hermione, managed Malfoy's antagonism with restrained responses, and maintained his facade of being a talented but not extraordinary student. The first major deviation from his temporal glimpses came during the flying lesson. While Harry had seen himself being made Seeker after catching Neville's Remembrall, he deliberately altered events by subtly using wandless magic to slow Neville's fall from his broom, preventing the incident entirely. This meant no Remembrall chase, no McGonagall spotting his flying talent, and consequently, no position on the Quidditch team. "Why did you change that?" Hermione asked later, when Harry explained what he'd done. Their friendship had deepened enough that he occasionally shared insights from his temporal glimpses with her, though never revealing their source. "You would have been the youngest Seeker in a century. Drawing that much attention in my first month seemed unwise," Harry explained. "Besides, I'd rather earn a position through proper tryouts next year than get it because Malfoy tried to bully Neville." Hermione studied him thoughtfully. "You're always thinking several steps ahead, aren't you? Sometimes I forget you're only 11 like the rest of us." Harry smiled slightly. If only she knew just how much older he felt after years in the timefold. As Halloween approached, Harry prepared for the troll incident his glimpses had consistently shown. He considered preventing it entirely but decided the event served an important purpose in cementing his friendship with Ron and Hermione. Instead, he would ensure it unfolded safely while appearing to be acting on instinct rather than foreknowledge. When the crucial day arrived, Harry made sure Hermione overheard Ron's unkind comment about her having no friends, allowing events to progress naturally with her taking refuge in the bathroom. During the feast, when Quirrell burst in announcing the troll, Harry immediately suggested to Ron that they warn Hermione, who wouldn't know about the danger. Their confrontation with the troll in the girls' bathroom played out much as Harry had foreseen, though he carefully modulated his magical contribution to appear lucky rather than skilled. When McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived to find the unconscious troll, Hermione took the blame as expected, solidifying the trio's friendship. What Harry hadn't anticipated was Quirrell's sharp, calculating gaze following him as they left the bathroom. Something in the professor's assessment went beyond normal suspicion, as if Voldemort himself was studying Harry through Quirrell's eyes, sensing something unusual about the boy's magical performance. That night, Harry strengthened his occlumency shields and consulted the fading echoes of the Founders within his mindscape. Voldemort suspects something, he thought toward the mental constructs. The troll incident revealed more of my abilities than I intended. Maintain distance from Quirrell, Salazar's echo advised. Avoid direct eye contact and shield your magic in his presence. Consider misdirection rather than concealment, Rowena's echo suggested. Show different skills to draw attention away from your true capabilities. Remember your physical training, Godric's echo added. Non-magical solutions often go unnoticed by those expecting magical threats. The echoes were significantly simplified now, providing general principles rather than the nuanced guidance they once offered, but Harry still found value in consulting them during difficult situations. As the year progressed, Harry carefully balanced following the path his temporal glimpses had shown while making strategic adjustments. He ensured Hagrid revealed information about Nicholas Flamel, allowed Norbert the dragon situation to unfold, though he improved their plan for removing the dragon from the castle, and permitted the midnight detention in the Forbidden Forest where he would encounter Voldemort drinking unicorn blood. This last event proved particularly valuable, as it confirmed beyond doubt that Quirrell was indeed hosting Voldemort and seeking the Philosopher's Stone to restore his physical form. The glimpse of the dark figure with silver unicorn blood dripping from its mouth matched Harry's foreknowledge perfectly. Most importantly, Harry carefully managed his public persona throughout these events. To his professors, he appeared to be a bright but not exceptional student still adjusting to the wizarding world. To his fellow students, he was friendly and modest despite his fame, occasionally showing flashes of the power expected from the boy who lived but never enough to seem truly unusual. Only Hermione, with whom he developed a deep trust, glimpsed more of his true capabilities. After catching him performing wandless magic to retrieve a book from a high shelf in the library, she confronted him privately. "You can do magic without a wand," she stated, eyes wide. "That's supposed to be incredibly difficult. Most adult wizards can't do it." Harry hesitated, then nodded. "I've always been able to. Even before I knew it was magic." "Is that why you sometimes hold back in class?" she asked perceptively. "I've noticed you could perform spells earlier than you let on." "I don't want to stand out more than I already do," Harry admitted, offering a partial truth. "Being the boy who lived is enough attention." Hermione accepted this explanation, though she occasionally gave him searching looks when he deliberately underperformed in class. Her own brilliant academic performance drew enough attention that Harry's solid but less spectacular results went relatively unquestioned. As the end of the year approached, Harry prepared for the final confrontation his temporal glimpses had consistently shown, facing Quirrell/Voldemort in the chamber beyond the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy. He allowed events to unfold naturally, Hagrid's slip about music soothing Fluffy, McGonagall's dismissal of their concerns about the stone being stolen, and their decision to go after it themselves. When they faced the series of obstacles guarding the stone, Fluffy, Devil's Snare, flying keys, the chessboard, the logic puzzle with potions, Harry carefully balanced using his knowledge to navigate safely while not revealing his full capabilities. The final confrontation with Quirrell played out almost exactly as his glimpses had shown. The Mirror of Eriste, Quirrell's revelation that he hosted Voldemort, the discovery of the stone in Harry's pocket, and finally, Quirrell's inability to touch Harry due to his mother's protective magic. Harry allowed his natural defenses to work against Quirrell's touch, though he could have used his more advanced magical abilities to subdue the professor. It was strategically better to let events unfold as expected, reinforcing the narrative that Harry's power came from his mother's sacrifice rather than his own considerable training and abilities. The resulting hospitalization gave Harry valuable intelligence through Dumbledore's bedside conversation. The headmaster's explanation about love's protection, his deliberate vagueness about why Voldemort had targeted Harry as a baby, and his careful assessment of Harry's character all provided insights into how Dumbledore viewed him and what the headmaster might or might not know about his capabilities. Most tellingly, when Harry asked why Voldemort had tried to kill him as a baby, Dumbledore deflected with, "Alas, the first question you ask me is one I cannot answer." This confirmed the Founder's suspicion that Dumbledore knew about the prophecy and was deliberately withholding information until he deemed Harry ready to hear it. As the school year concluded with Gryffindor winning the House Cup, thanks to last-minute points awarded for their adventure, Harry reflected on his first year at Hogwarts. He had successfully navigated the challenges shown in his temporal glimpses while maintaining his cover as a normal, if talented, first-year student. He had established key friendships, identified potential allies and enemies, and confirmed critical information about Voldemort's continued existence and methods. Most importantly, he had laid the groundwork for the years ahead. Each temporal glimpse had shown increasingly dangerous confrontations with Voldemort and his followers. The Diary in the Chamber of Secrets. The escape of Sirius Black. The Triwizard Tournament. And eventually, Voldemort's full resurrection through a ritual involving Harry's blood. Some of these events might be preventable, others inevitable. But Harry would face them with advantages no one suspected: years of training from the greatest wizards and witches in history, knowledge of potential futures, and a strategic mind developed far beyond his apparent 11 years. On the train ride back to London, as Ron talked excitedly about summer plans and Hermione lectured them about getting a head start on next year's reading, Harry gazed out the window at the passing countryside, his mind already mapping out strategies for the challenges ahead. The timefold had given him extraordinary preparation, but the true test was just beginning. How he used that preparation, whether for survival, victory, or something more profound, would define not only his future but potentially the future of the entire wizarding world. "Something on your mind, Harry?" Hermione asked, noticing his distant expression. Harry smiled, returning his attention to his friends. "Just thinking about next year," he said. "I have a feeling it's going to be even more interesting than this one." As the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry gathered his belongings with mixed emotions. Returning to the Dursleys was never pleasant, but he had plans to make this summer far different from previous ones. On the platform, he said goodbye to Ron and Hermione with promises to write. Then, carrying his trunk toward the barrier to the Muggle world, Harry paused to look back at the scarlet steam engine. For a moment, he thought he saw 4 figures standing beside it, tall, regal, dressed in ancient robes of red, blue, yellow, and green. But when he blinked, they were gone. A temporal fluctuation? Or perhaps just wishful thinking? Either way, Harry smiled slightly. The Founders might be gone from his daily life, but their teachings remained. Their wisdom had been woven into the very fabric of his being. As he crossed back into the Muggle world to face another summer at Privet Drive, Harry Potter walked with confidence that would have been unimaginable to the frightened, starving child discovered in a cupboard years before. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them prepared. After all, he had been trained by the greatest wizards and witches in history. And though time itself had folded around him to create that opportunity, the results would ripple forward through the years to come, reshaping a destiny once thought fixed by prophecy and circumstance. The abused child in the cupboard was gone forever. In his place stood a young wizard of extraordinary capability, strategic mind, and hidden depths that would soon reshape the wizarding world in ways no one, not even Albus Dumbledore, could possibly anticipate. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.